What up, what up, what up? Check the mic to make sure it is working. It is working. Welcome, everybody. Woo! My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Welcome to the Office Hours. My name is, this is a Yakety Yak stream where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Kind of a discussion AMA stream. This is definitely one of those weeks where we don't have a ton to talk about because it's sort of in the summer. But we'll see. We'll talk a little bit of stuff. Hope I've been well. I've been enjoying my first week off of vacation, not being productive, though I did get some stuff done today. And I've been doing stuff around the house, so it's not too bad. Wait, the Star Citizen expert in the flesh, baby. Oh, the Star Citizen expert. Or specialist, I think is what it was called. Specialist. The Star Citizen specialist. The first real big interesting thing will happen when we go to the Bar Citizen World Tour. When I go to there on Saturday, I'll see how many cold shoulders I get. Yeah, so that's the big one. CIG has basically put a permanently degraded tag on the servers. Usually they do that after for a couple of days or something like that, but I think it's been up there since they launched 381. So. Do I not have enough time to get a t-shirt of that article clipping? Nah, it's fine. I'm sure most people there won't know or care. Besides, I don't go there to talk to CIG developers. I go there to hang out with the fans and talk about cool stuff. What planet do you think that thumbnail is from? Not a clue. Generic planet, probably. We're all excited to fly the Rayland in this busted ass PU, really putting the stench in PU. I mean, it's gonna happen. CIG is gonna sell ships no matter what, and I hate to say this, y'all, but people are gonna buy it. People will buy it, and the salvage version that will come out. Thank you, Iris. There's a couple of things that I always wanted to express to the Star Citizen community. I have been here long enough and looked into things well enough to know that, generally speaking, you should never underestimate Chris Roberts and the team at CIG from being able to make money and get brand deals with other companies that favor CIG more than the brands. They are very talented at that. They are very good at selling themselves to institutions. And they're also very good at ensuring people buy ships. It's really a bad idea to bet against CIG in that sense. And unfortunately for a lot of folks who say the only way to stop CIG is to hurt their wallet, you're never going to see that happen. Not in the next couple of years. all you, and this is gonna sound fucked up, but all people do by dooming about Star Citizen is just make their own lives miserable and make everybody else around them miserable. Yeah, I saw the Manchester bus. My honest reaction as a former professional marketing person is that feels like they just took money, threw it in a barrel, and lit that fucker on fire. Because like that's how good that sort of advertising is. Now, someone did point out that they may have it may have been a promo deal where the buses were taking local businesses and promoting local businesses for free or something like that. So, because Manchester has been desperately trying to do that. Didn't they hire a gotcha marketing team? Man, I don't know who the fuck is in marketing. The last person I knew who was in marketing has left. In the sense that like I knew of him, but I never really met him. I don't know who their marketing team is other than their advertiser, who's really chill. But the advertising is not the team that's doing a lot of the other marketing stuff. They're just doing the commercials and such. Promoting that life-size F7. See, that's what I mean. Like CIG is very adept at taking like that sort of situation. I got Odin with store credit, and that ship is like 7 years away. Yeah, I mean, the point I always try to make is following Star Citizen for as long as I have, it is very unlikely that CIG is going to have a Blizzard moment or a Bungie moment, because CIG hasn't really expanded beyond a niche. They do have a growing niche because there's more people who are coming in to the game every year, but the vast majority of people don't really know what Star Citizen is. And it may feel like that's nonsense because you see a Star Citizen thread pop up on like a Reddit, like gaming Reddit, or somewhere, and you'll see people like, oh, that's scam and all these sorts of things. The problem is that those people, even like if there are 10,000 upvotes and thousands of comments in those threads, that is a tiny fraction of the gaming community. And the basic reality is that you could mention Star Citizen to the hardest of a hardcore gamer, and there's a high likelihood of them going, what? Manchester is a real city. It's not fictional, regardless of what your instincts tell you. Oh, I know. Because I'm a Liverpool fan, so I know I know Manchester is real. Oh, 7 Paul, the Raylan sale the next week will be another massive day, and the drama will be forgotten until next time. Yep. Like I said, the vast majority of people don't even know it is a scam. They just don't know it exists. And I think CIG putting the degradation tag up is important because it may be an indication that CIG is starting to see higher concurrency numbers than they're used to. And if there's higher concurrency numbers than they're used to, then they probably are thinking, okay, so more people are finding out about it. We need to make sure that people know the status is bad so that when they come in, it sets their expectations. That's my guess at it. I'm probably wrong. There's probably some other aspect to it, but I've never seen CIG just put the degraded tag on the servers for like a week since they've had it. Absolutely love your lore stuff on YouTube, my guy. Keep up the great work. Thank you for watching. Yeah, I was actually literally working on a video today that'll come up soon. I keep saying this weekend, but we'll see. I'll have more time on Friday and Saturday to work on it, so it might come out on Saturday. I also need to do a Raylan video. because like it's Strike with Iron's hot, and there's actually some cool stuff about like Gatok, and learn a little bit more about Gatok and who they are and what the Raylan is, because like there's a heavy indication that the Raylan is a reverse engineered hull. It's basically the Xi'an took a look at what humans did with the whole series, what Mist did with the whole series, and wanted to build their own version of the whole series, which is the Raylan. What if the back end is so effed up that they need to wipe again? It could happen. They need more servers for the influx of people, or they'll be like, what the fuck, and leave. They're probably already doing it. Hey, Arceus. It'll be interesting to see 4.9, because here's the kicker, y'all. This next patch we're getting next week is the last patch for 6 weeks. We're not getting another patch until the end of July. Basically, the end of summer. I thought they mentioned 4.8.3. Oh, there might be a 4.8.3. We're getting into 4.8.3 afterwards? Okay. Oh, it's the Return of Xenothreats. That's going to be in July. Yeah, that'll probably be the... it'll also be the... not Celebration Week. That's the end of June. The Foundation Festival. So we'll see when 4.8.3 comes out. I forgot about Xenothreat, because I don't like the way the Xenothreat is being created, because it's their new bog standard of event. And it's like, come on, guys. The original Xenothreat was iconic. Someone in Loken's room said there's going to be a rumor going around that some of the server issues may be related to CIG switching from Amazon to Google for the servers. Again, just a rumor. That would be surprising. Because I haven't heard that yet. It could happen, but I don't know why they would do it. Like, I don't think Google servers are cheaper than Amazon servers. And AWS runs like half the internet. They had a pretty sweet deal with Amazon at some point, yeah. They even were part of the Amazon booth in like at GDC when I went to GDC in like 2016 or something like that. So please tell me they won't have another person complaining every time you kill a bad guy in Xenothreat. The vidcoms are annoying. So no, the problem with Xenothreat is that it's that sort of event again. It's just a recopy of the fall of the Frontier Fighters is what it is. Complete, but instead of having a Polaris fight at the end, you have an Idris fight at the end. So it's just a copy paste. I know there's more to it than just a copy paste. The problem I have with these is that they're such copy pastes that they feel like nothing. An event like this in Star Citizen should have narrative consequences. It should bring out new themes. We should be able to find new stuff as part of it. But they don't. This is just, jingle keys to keep people distracted. Hopefully we get some love for Ninetales with this. My love, I mean some more lore. Yes. I hope to see a narrative mention of the Raylan taken away from human ship sales. Seems like an absolute sitter to build an additional tension. It could be, yeah. AWS has also dedicated fiber across oceans. That's a huge latency gain for a global game. You told me months ago the Raylan was coming, and oh my god, it's looking amazing. I would be cautious about it being perfect and wonderful. The reason why I was saying the Raylan wasn't going to make Alien Week was, one, they've never actually done a ship in Alien Week. This is the first year they've done it. And two, at the time they were talking about the Raylan, which was like February, it was still in white box. I'm like, that ship is huge. And we have 5 months until Alien Week. I've never seen a big ship go from effectively white box to from basically shapes, geometric shapes, to complete ship in 5 months. So I'm glad, again, to be wrong on that one. It does seem like CIG has streamlined some of their pipeline when it comes to ships, which has allowed them to go more crazy all in. We're going to watch the video, yeah. It can have bugs, I'll still be happy with it. Glassor, let me know what the question is. I didn't pop through if you asked a question. They did it with the utility. Oh, the Prowler utility. I don't think that was released during Alien Week. I think that was released. When was Prowler utility released? It was released technically during Alien Week. It was released during Alpha 4.2, which was in June, but I don't think it was released for Alien Week. It was released as like a ship during that patch, because that was the year cycle where we had a patch every month. Yeah, it's going to have a variant. It's going to have a salvage variant. That's why I'm confident the Liberator comes out at IAE. No, I think it's probably... Oh, no, yeah. Not this IAE, but next IAE. I mean, we're still technically in the 4.0 era. You mean 2025 was a good year? Though I thought I heard the Raylan's supposed to get a variant now. Oh, yeah. The interesting thing about the new video to me is that they mentioned cargo protection again, which was the first time in a while, which as far as I know, it needs individual damage system. Yeah, it's that's the Maelstrom system. A couple things that a lot of people forget is that Squadron 42 is farther along than you think. There's lots of memeing and people being like, Squadron 42 is fake, it's never coming out, or whatever. And the reality is that even the most ardent of like Star Citizen detractors who have had some experience talking with people at CIG know it's fucking real. Like, they're playing it for sure. And And the other thing is that because a lot of those systems are done in Squadron, tweaking here and there, but the actual background systems are completed, those systems are going to be imported into Star Citizen. So everything that CIG is making internally is being made with those systems they already have in mind. They just haven't turned them on in the game yet. I think there was a mention of this. Don't quote me on this one because I don't remember if it was said in Spectrum or not, or if this was just speculation by the fans. But I think the main idea was that systems like the new flight system and the new sensor system, the new I'm gonna blank on the damn name. Radar system, radar and scanning, and Maelstrom. All three of these, for whatever reason, they're just not compatible with the back end yet. So they're working to make them compatible with I would say object container streaming, but that's not the answer. Making them compatible with server meshing. Again, don't quote me on that one. I can't remember if that was something that was mentioned or if that was by CIG or if it was just something that fans have come up with. Because CIG has said, like last July, they said that internally they're using those systems in Star Citizen. Star Citizen's going to fold after Roberts retires after Squadron releases. 90 days tops, right, dude? Specialist does it again. The crazy thing about Squadron Warrior 2, all but confirmed to be delayed, and it's going to dodge both GTA and The Legend of Zelda OOT remake, and also Ace Combat 8. As much as I keep saying this, but there is a crossover between Ace Combat and Squadron 42. What time do you think Alien Week will start tomorrow? Saturday? No, Farthammer is perfectly it's perfectly welcome to be here, dude. The issue with comments like that is not that they're bad or wrong. It's usually that someone's just frustrated with CIG. Now, it's fine to be frustrated with CIG. I'm frustrated with CIG. There are 40 other games coming around that time? Yeah. At this rate, Egosoft's X4 will beat Star Citizen to stable multiplayer online space sim with walkable ships. Are they planning on doing multiplayer with X4? I can imagine that would be a nightmare. It's not the type of game you would necessarily do you do multiplayer with. And a lot of people don't realize that, like, I own X4. I used to stream it when it first came out. I am a beta backer for Elite. I was day one buyer of No Man's Sky. Like, I will buy both the Osiris, the Expanse game, and Exodus on day one and play them. Like, I like space and science fiction games. And I'd much rather there be more competition and differences in space and science fiction games than we have right now. The problem is they just don't exist. I would be the first person to go, oh yeah, I'm also love Jump Ship. Jump Ship's a good game. Go get it. Devs are great. And you can play it single player. The issue I have is that for the many people I have heard of, like, the downfall of Star Citizen and this other game is going to repeat it, none of them meet the hype. Yeah, X4 got a huge update for, like, it's like how ships behave, like the Empires update is what it's called. I learned you were a Mech Warrior bro the other day. Yeah, I fucking love Mech Warrior. Then that's part of the reason why I've been non-productive is that off stream, I've been like, all right, well, I'm going to play a little bit of MechWarrior 5 single player, and then I'm going to do some work. 7 hours later. I'm really excited about the Total War 40K. Dawn of War is going to be pretty good, but yeah. Question, how funny would it be if Take-Two announced that GTA will be released in September, and then September 1st came along, and they were like, oh, we're joking. I think it would be bad for their profits, honestly. I'm getting Hermes Apollo compromises with the Raylan and whatever the variant is. Oh no, it's absolutely the case. The Raylan and it's whatever its variant is going to be a completely different ship. So CIG doesn't have to, they can sell different skins for each of the ships, so you have to buy the same skin twice. And it's going to be a unique variant. So they're going to make some whole deformation changes to make it a little bit more easier for salvage or whatever. Attention, Subosset, yes. Game degradation. Yes, so basically, the reason I want to talk about the game degradation is because I don't think CIG has ever had that label slapped onto a patch for like longer than a couple, like a weekend. And I'm wondering why that's the case. I mean, obviously the game is degraded and it's got problems, but I'm wondering if CIG is just going to leave that up there permanently now as a sort of a setting expectations. No, it has not gotten an official release date trailer, which is weird. But there's been no indications that they were not going to release this year. It's them communicating. I mean, I'll take that at the very least. Maybe, but there might have been left up because of all the locked out accounts. Good on CIG for planning release 27. Also, if you count the months on August to September to October, then from August to 6 months before March, which is perfectly to 6 to 8 weeks before Invictus. Yep. I'm saying Gamescom because it has been confirmed that CIG is going to be going to Gamescom, PAX East, and TwitchCon, I want to say. The problem is that CIG visits those places all the time. They don't always have a booth. So that's the real question. Will they have a booth? And this apparently made it to Reddit, and I'm glad it got downvoted for it because I do want to add some context for that. I believe, there is no insider information on this one, that CIG is going to announce at Gamescom for many reasons. Number one, Gamescom is one of the few places they've actually had a booth that they set up themselves. So they have experience with Gamescom. They have experience with the people who run Gamescom. And they, I think, have at least a decent relationship with them. The fact that they've canceled the CitizenCon means that there's more money and more flexibility for them to do stuff like that, if they do. They haven't announced it yet. They'll probably announce it next month if they do. Also, there's been reports that Jeff Keighley was at CIG's headquarters in Manchester hanging out. And when he does stuff like that, it's usually an indication that he wants to announce this, or the company wants to announce something on one of Jeff Keighley's presentations. And there are 2 presentations left in the year for Jeff Keighley and like the Game Awards Association that helps run. One of them is a showcase at Gamescom. The other one is the Game Awards at the end of the year. So based off of their comfortable familiarity, and CIG doesn't like taking risks with Gamescom, and their familiarity and experience with Jeff Keighley, I could see an announcement of a release date for Squadron at Gamescom, which is 6 to 8 months away from Gamescom, which would put it into 2027 and give it a good, somewhere between February and Invictus and May of next year, which would be about the right you'd expect for some sort of short marketing push. So, how long will be degraded issues? Not a clue, AA. They've never had this tag for this long. My opinion is if they... question. Remind me if I'm wrong, but I remember you being a big fan of to get it into the game and break it so we can features the game faster. Is this what that is, or just bad patches? This is what it is. I mean, they put a lot of features in the back patches, which seems like back into patches. Yeah, no, that's what this is. I said from the very beginning of the year that this is going to be the year of Yeet Citizen, because I think CIG was just going to send it out there. I'm surprised they still haven't done the big three, which is FPS scanning and radar, the new flight model, and collision, Maelstrom. Because they are planning on doing everything short of base building this year. And those three. Is Gamescom a big deal outside of Europe? No, but it is the biggest convention outside of Europe, or outside of the United States. I think it's actually the biggest gaming convention in the world right now. Now that E3 is gone, I think it's the biggest standing one. My opinion, if they maintained scope, discipline, and essentially released an MMO freelancer with 6 degrees of freedom and tune in flight, they'd have been much further along in development and tech. Yeah, but I don't know if they'd be as big. The reality is I don't think CIG and Chris Roberts really had an idea of what game they wanted to make until recent, like in the last 4 or 5 years. They had a concept of an idea. They had the vague promises of an idea, but they didn't have any. It's easy to come up with an idea. It's very difficult to create an idea. It takes more time and effort and planning, and shit goes wrong, and then you have to like fix it. One of my biggest complaints about this, and this is a great illustration of this, is someone mentioned MechWarrior. I'm a big fan of MechWarrior. One of the things that MechWarrior does is that its balance system is based off of the tabletop. Because the tabletop had to have rules, MechWarrior and BattleTech video games have adopted those rules into their structure, their infrastructure. And those rules are classifications by weight: light, medium, heavy, assault. And if you're in a certain weight range, you get a certain you're a certain category. And those categories or then have specific subcategories in them. But because all of those games are built off of that framework, that structure, then you have an easier idea of adding things to the frame. CIG still really has no idea the difference between light, medium, and heavy fighters. They do not know what those mean. There is no definition as to what they are. It's whatever CIG fucking says they are. And the subcategories don't make sense either. Because the CIG has never really sat down and codified it and said, we're not going to change this. Because they're, as Jared says, not afraid to change, which, in my opinion, means we don't want to make up our mind. So that's a problem. It's that CIG cannot stick to an idea. I do believe they will eventually have to, which is why I was very excited for the 1.0 announcement, that it seems like they're wandering away from it, because at least the 1.0 announcement was a codified set of ideas of where they were going. I think CIG cares about us, at least the average employee. I think they care about making a good, fun game. That's the one thing that I believe that a lot of people get really hyperbolic about, is that like CIG, like they think CIG is being like, they want money, so we can continue to dupe you. We can have more money. Yes. They're not evil businessmen. If anything, sometimes they could use a suit in the room to tell them no. Sometimes they do shit that there's a reason why suits exist, kind of thing. Marketing is a big one. But everything they do is in the furtherance of continuing the development of the game that they want to make. These are people who are passionate about what they do. The problem comes down to the fact that it's taken so fucking long for them to get anything done. And that's just it. It's just taken them so long to get it done because they lack the discipline to go through with it. Honestly, development takes so long to save my life. 12 years ago, I was in a dark place. Waiting and watching the game grow for me is get my life together. I wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be watching me without this game existing. So this game has had a huge impact on my life. So I'm not going to sit here and say this is awful, but did FPS ever go into Evo? No, I don't think it ever did. All right, so there was another question on YouTube that I saw. Did I miss the conversations where we all agreed to not buy the state of the game is so bad? Yeah, I mean, no, because the conversation we had, Plunk, was that doesn't matter if you boycott the game, CIG is going to make money. If I was to make a bet, gun to my head, bet, see if CIG would fail or succeed in the next 6 months. There's no money. There's not enough money or assurance that I wouldn't say that CIG is going to succeed, because CIG has always succeeded. No matter how mad the community is at them, they make more money. Right now, the community is in a very dark place. They are still making $300,000 a day. A day. They're on track to have the best June ever. In the middle of all of this. That is true, Victoria. That was what I was going to follow up with, is that it is true that CIG is a corporation. They're not our friend. But the money isn't there for the sake of money. The money is there because CIG wants to make the game. Two things can be true. CIG is a corporation. They're not your friend. They are there for themselves and the self-perpetuation of that company. But they're still earnest about what they want to do. I used to think gaming would be better if we got publishers out of the way, but I think Star Citizen is an example of what happens when there isn't external pressure driving productivity. I agree. I think publishers are a problem in the sense that they're like producers or distributors of movies. They're a problem because at their core, they're so profit motive driven that they will actively fuck up games in order to produce something. But they're also they're a lever, they're a pendulum that's pushing developers to actually finish their games. Without some kind of discipline or some sort of drive or structure set by management at the top, people will just wander around aimlessly doing whatever they can as long as they get money. Honestly, a 5 to 10 minute video explaining briefly what they're working on to fix the issues would reassure the community. Reassure the community, come to things about them. They were honestly probably too worried about the critics of the game. Wakefield, let me explain this, because I've been around this community long enough. You may have too, but I get the impulse. That is a completely valid impulse. But I'm going to counter with you with the logic of CIG. If we took the time, me speaking as CIG, if we took the time to produce a 5 to 10 minute video explaining what's going on, it would probably take more time to produce that video and release it than it would for us to have just fixed the problems. Now, is that true? Almost certainly not. But then CIG would also have to do that every single time they fucked up on something, and CIG fucks up on a lot of things, because this is, as much as everybody hates this term now, it is still in alpha. It is still in development. Not all the features are there yet. Adding new features is gonna break shit. And the more features you add, the faster you add more features, the more shit's going to break. Things are gonna get fucked up. So at the end of the day, it's just a matter of resource distribution. And CIG doesn't want to add resources to something that they feel like would just be a black hole you would consistently throw stuff into.
take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Boot.
You can even take away my space lasers.
That's the other thing, Chief.
You can never
You're right, completely right about that.
take away my space game.
Pramster just resubscribed for 69 months. Nice.
Thank you so much for that 60 nice months there on Twitch Prime there, Pramster. You're a very important pupper, very precipice of any adapting. This, the default is range tonight. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. How you doing, Pramster? I forgot who said it. Someone said, or Chief said, they would never finish this game. You would never see a game of this scope and ambition with a publisher. There's no perfect solution. I see it's all as a fun ride. That's 100% true. This game wouldn't exist with a publisher. You would have never had this game, would have never been able to even get to this point with a publisher. Because if you look at CIG's financials, they barely make money on Star Citizen. Like, they barely make money. You say, they make $150 million a year, and it all goes into the game. It all goes into the development. Like, there are some years where they make $2 million in extra. Some years they lose $2 to $4 million in extra. Like, it is, their profitability is garbage. It's dog shit. And even compared to, like, other people in their own genre. So, like it or not, Star Citizen wouldn't exist without funding. They intentionally barely make money for tax reasons. That's a hell of a take. MVP 1.0 suggests beta rather than a release. It's a beta. No, like, don't get me wrong. 1.0 is a beta, but CIG is going to call it release for the sake of marketing. It's technically release because they'll add more stuff as they go along, but all of the features will be there. I wish more people would realize that when it comes to the money talk with Star Citizen, because many people are just like they've made billions of dollars as an excuse. It's because context is dead. You know, someone in my Discord said Squadron 42 will, in a couple of months, will have been in development longer than Duke Nukem Forever was when it released. And I'm like, the context is dead. Like, the reason why Duke Nukem Forever was in development hell for that long was because it was passed around like 3 or 4 studios. It was originally supposed to be released in like 2001 and ended up being released in like 2011. It's like, that's the context is dead. But it's a lot easier to say CIG Squadron 42 is now taking longer than Duke Nukem Forever because then people will do the shorthand for you, which is Duke Nukem Forever was famously took forever and was a terrible game. So any game that takes long is a bad game. Thus, CIG is wasting money because they're just going to release a bad game. That is the mentality of saying stuff like that, and it's very simple. It's the old rules: if you're explaining, you're losing, kind of thing with that sort of stuff. So it's better to just don't even worry about it and do what they need to do. CR has a well-documented pattern of projects that only ship after he leaves or moves from leadership. When Freelancer, he did that, but when else did he do that? I do wonder what their post 1.0 roadmap looks like. Systems and new weapons and new gear, new ships, new missions, new things like Rockbreaker, tactical strike groups, that kind of stuff. Strike Commander and Starlancer? Starlancer? Because Aaron Roberts was in charge of Starlancer, I thought. I'm glad, Ghost. Did Beyond Good and Evil 2 was announced before CIG was formed? I didn't know that. Morning, Paul. Did you see the teaser for Last Ronin and Alien Isolation 2? I did. All right, let me go there. Someone's asking a question about Squadron 42 at some point. I'm confused on why we went from the year of playability, we went from year of sprint for playability to a year of fuck it, throw it in. Because at a certain point, CIG needs to move forward. Is it weird that I'm not salty? I'm probably happy with the game. It seems like people are having dramatically different experiences. That's one of the problems. It's a problem I noticed last year. Which is that, and then it's in the 4.0 era has been, it works on my machine syndrome, where a third of the community can't even get into the game, a third of the community can play the game with bugs, and a third of the community has no problems or little problems. And then every patch you roll the dice to decide which of the community you're part of. That's a problem. Because it means that there's not a consistent problem, it's just a consistent pattern, which was in the 3.0 era, it was consistency. If you were having a bad time, everyone was having a bad time. But in 4.0, that is not the case. Have they said anything about 1.0 monetization, or they're going to be going to go subscriptions or keep selling chips? Doesn't seem like they could develop just off of box price. So CIG has said a lot of shit, which is very old and is probably out of date. And I can guarantee you this, CIG almost certainly hasn't thought about it yet. That's a problem for 1.0 CIG. They don't have the bandwidth to worry about it. What I'm guessing they're going to do, based off their original belief, was that, one, they were planning to release a single-player-like experience similar to Squadron 42 every 2 years. So they're going to get Squadron 42 Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 out, and then they'll be continuing to release single-player-type experiences every couple years. Number 2, they're almost certainly still going to be selling ships every patch. New ships will come out, you can buy it to get it early, and then after a year or so, it'll end up in the game, or a short amount of time, it'll end up in the game so people can play with it, buy with actual in-game cash rather than buy it with cash. Number 3, they actually do already have a subscription service. They'll probably expand that subscription service to use that as a way of making money. And they will likely continue down monetizations of microtransactions. Will they go a subscription service like WoW? No. I don't, because they've already decided that long ago they weren't going to do that. And if they did, it would kill the game. And they know that. Despite the number of people who claim that the only way Star Citizen survives is to go subscription, it would kill the community, which is already small. You would probably have it, if not worse. And then it would basically just never grow, because no one would want to trust a subscription game like that. That's hilarious because it's true. CIG doesn't really think about things more than a year or two in advance, is from my experience. CIG just doesn't want to think about things, because having to think about things and planning things for a future where they have no fucking idea what they're going to be, where they're going to be in 2 years, is time wasted versus trying to fix the problems they have now. Yeah, they will have to finish the game at some point. Why not say fuck it and do it now? For what, Star Citizen or Squadron? People say Squadron will take forever. Meanwhile, Mega Man Trigger is still stuck on the moon since Mega Man Legends 2. When you stop giving a crap, all this stuff will roll off your back like a water duck. That's a good way of putting it. Like at a certain point, you gotta just do the it is what it is situation. Because the reality is, you, the person watching this right now, have no control of CIG and Star Citizen. You have control of you. You have control of what you can do. And if you're frustrated at Star Citizen, don't play it. Play another game. If you're like, but I want to see Star Citizen succeed, you can come back. There is, like, when it's better, if it's better. I always say the smartest people of this game purchased an Aurora starter pack for like $20 in 2012 and have fucked off for the last 14 years. And when Squadron's released, they'll come back and play it with their $20 game package going like, this is great. Astro, do you think what do you think about the lore will develop, how the lore will develop once 1.0 goes live? Do you think CIG will likely push broad narrative updates, Vandal invasions, new political developments, etc.? Yes. I 100% believe they will, if they can. I think one of the biggest problems right now is they can't, because they don't have the resources nor the actual like tools to do that effectively. And when they do have the tools to tell a story, they do things like their best storyline, which is the Dr. York. The story of Dr. York is their best storyline. It covers 2 entirely different locations, and the only way you would know about it is if you actually find the audio files and track them down. And you can put the pieces together once you kind of figure those stuff out. And as much as that's like, well, I'd have to find it, it's like that's the best part about doing a game like Star Citizen is it should be a sandbox experience. It should be you have to go find it. The story that's being told in front of you is a story, and it should have a good, beginning, middle, of end. And I do think that Tactical Strike Groups is a fantastic story. It is a really good story for just using voice actors without any like animations or like you don't get to see like the captain and all that sort of stuff. They do a really good job. The actors are really talented. They're directed really well. The writing is pretty solid. And the fact that when it ends, when you free the pilot and they're escaping and then a Vandal show up, adds the perfect amount of tension to it. It's like CIG clearly knows what the fuck they're doing when it comes to telling a linear story in this sort of small area. But they have yet to prove they can do a good sandbox narrative that involves larger issues that pushes the timeline forward. Even Astropod plays other games from time to time. It's hot next summer. It must be summer, so it must be hot time. Yep, I've been playing it. I played on the first MechWarrior 5 on Friday. This last Friday, and then I'm playing it again this Friday as well. So no, we've been talking about the degradation stuff. I'm just saying, I don't know why the game is degraded in terms of its status. I mean, I kind of do, but like personally, I haven't experienced that many issues. Other people have. But at this point, it's more like, is this more or less than it usually is? And I think it's just normal in terms of the amount of fucked up shit is. So I think maybe CIG is just slap that tag on there to try to keep people from bitching, because so people can just go, it's degraded. Feels like CIG is pulling away from the sandbox and focusing on PvE, which is fine, but even PvE, like in theme parks, like WoW, have narrative experiences. Like WoW blew up their own goddamn world. Cataclysm blew up the entire map and completely changed everything. So, like, there are narrative events that can change the status quo in a theme park. I don't think CIG has given up on Sandbox, though, because they still talk about Sandbox stuff. I think the problem is that CIG hasn't really thought about how to do Sandbox stuff. CIG never struggled with writing history. Current events need to be written differently to be compelling, which is what we have yet to see. Well, current events require players to actually be involved, and I don't think they have the technology or the time to be able to do stuff like that. Like, for instance, knowing what I know about how CIG tells stories and what they do in the game, I could see a situation where there are certain missions where you get data pads. And if you look at those data pads or audio logs, look at the data pads, listen to the audio logs. It puts pieces together to form a whole picture of something that's about to happen. So players, 6 months ahead of time would know there is something happening: a Xenothreat invade, a Vandul invade, a revolution, or an uprising, a plague. Something is going to happen, and you can figure out what it is by looking at these different things that have random drops on specific missions. That allows players to start to look at things and figure those things out, and then pull those together to tell a wider story. And you can do that mission to mission or patch to patch, because even though they could be fished out of the data mining files, being data mined from the file, pulled out of the patch, out of the pack file, I don't think you can always read what's on there. And if you can read what's on there, you don't know the context unless you have all of those files together, or those audio files together. And the reason why I say stuff like that is because that's how they did Dr. York's story. And I could definitely see them just copying that style and doing it again. I wonder if CIG is watching how things are going with Dune Awakening. Huge player population at launch, but not iron out the PvP versus PvE criteria, along with the base atrophy, killing off the player base. Keith, the one thing I'll tell you that is, I think it's Funcom. It's what they do. That's a systemic institutional rot inside of Funcom. They always do that with all of their MMOs. That's what happens. Big, huge push initially. Everyone gets super hyped, and then it dies off because they don't know what they're doing. And eventually they kind of fix some of the problems, but it's better to just move on to the next project than try to fix a lot of the problems. Yeah, Secret World, Conan, Dune, they do that all the time. They mentioned one of the patch notes, the announcements that recently that the data showed roughly 89% of players engaged strictly with PvE, so their late answer is apparently to add single player. What, in Dune Awakening? This is true. I'm a fun, common, joyous Anarchy Online. So you know what I'm talking about. That's a problem with Funcom. I think CIG has a plan that could work. The problem is that they need to constantly revise it, and I don't think they have the resources to do that while they're continuing to build the game. As long as the drops aren't rare, I love this idea. The key would be to make it ubiquitous, so like doesn't matter what mission you find it on, it makes sense. Like intercepted communique, or specific recovered, At least Funcom keeps their games running. That is true. The best Funcom game ever made is Conan Exiles, and I will not hear it otherwise. And it's not an MMO. It was a strictly survival game. It would be cool if we had a codex where we could find collectibles and bring them somewhere to turn them in, get some kind of audio or text file about lore. That's literally the Galactopedia. The Galactopedia is supposed to be added to the game, and will just update where you can pull it from your mobiGlas. The key thing with CIG and Star Citizen is, I think right now they're still focused on single player because they're working on Squadron. So they're having a hard time adapting their skills that they've learned writing and creating missions for Squadron to Star Citizen, which is why the early stuff they've done was either very generic or very single player focused. I haven't played the Unreal 5 version, no. While I enjoyed Conan Exiles, I'd argue the absolute height of Funcom was Age of Conan. Didn't last though. Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why Conan Exiles exists. But I think more people discovered Funcom through Conan Exiles than they did Age of Conan. Simply because Conan Exiles was a survival game at the peak of survival game popularity, was picked up by dozens, if not hundreds, of content creators to make content with. And as a result, people flocked to it. Don't get me wrong. You don't have to make a game that's popular with content creators for it to be popular and good. But it sure as hell helps. And it had a very rough start. That is true. I do not have many issues if I'm solo, and doing something simple like mining or bunkers is when I want to go loud and get like heavy cargo, load up a few ships that things get wonky. When you start bringing in other people into the game, that's when, into your game experience, that's when things get weird. That's my experience. And I think it's because of that, my mixtape is so good. I honestly do not understand mixtape conversation, because I know a lot of people are like, this isn't a video game. And I'm like, guys, walking simulators have been a thing. Like, it's just a less interactive version of Life is Strange. Like, these sorts of games have existed forever. I think it's just because it insists upon itself so much that people hate it, because it's very, I'm quirky, listen to me. It's very much done as sort of like a, I'm an artsy, artistic person, fuck you kind of thing. Yeah. And the thing I think about, the thing I think is done like that is intentional. Maybe I'm pilled as fuck. I'm black pilled as fuck when it comes to marketing, but I think it's a brilliant move, because I didn't know the fuck what mixtape was. Nobody would have heard of mixtape unless it got picked up by people, the type of people no one in any gaming community wants to hear about. Because currently they're all over Ace Combat 8, and I want them fucking out because they're doing nothing but using Ace Combat 8 to push their own agenda, which I like. Fuck off! I just want to enjoy my plain porn in peace. And you know what I'm talking about. And by getting that attention, it got a lot more eyeballs than I think it would have ever gotten otherwise. Don't worry, it's just Twitter shit. Zero was super niche horror class based MMO. Conan and Dune reached a lot more people, but I guess my proxy disappointed more. My proxy. I love Secret World. Secret World's concept is great. It's effectively, what if all conspiracy theories were true? It's kind of like a Lovecraftian MMO. I have not seen many issues. Oh, hot take, I'm glad I could buy the utility flex and monthly bundle. It's a good bundle for the money. It won't be grinding for that flair. I mean, yeah. This is another thing that I talked about, is the other thing you got to understand about CIG is that they'll sell everything. If you ever hear CIG say, this is exclusive, it's not. They never will, by the way. They'll say, this is how you can get insert item, ship, flare, whatever. Eventually, you'll be able to get it in game or buy it with cash. Always. With limited exceptions. Saber Raven has entered the chat. The only reason why CIG hasn't sold the Saber Raven is because they have a deal with Intel. Same reason why they haven't sold the Omega, because they have a deal with AMD. Once those deals expire, if they ever do, they will. When can I buy the Mauler? Probably post 1.0. CIG was the one who made those fucking deals. What are some of the few bad deals CIG made? Yeah, they own the selling rights for the Raven, but we don't know if it's a timed exclusive or in perpetuity. Because we're coming up on 10 years of the Raven being out. I think it was 2016 or 2018 when it was released. It was 2018. So we'll know in 2028, because I think that's at most it's, or at minimum, it's going to be 10 years of that deal. All right, I'm going to get some water, and then we'll watch the video.
Good news, everyone! Barcelona! Barcelona!
Weapons free, y'all.
Hello, I like money.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Is it true that the G'tak was the first alien ship introduced in the verse? Absolutely not. The first alien ship in the verse was the Santok Yai, the Gion Scout. I think it was the Santok Yai, then maybe the Defender, and then the
Genesis!
the Blade and Glaive. Not the Blade, the Scythe and Glaive. Question: why is it in Area 18 people are allowed to fly flying cars, but we're not allowed to buy them, much less build them or capture them ourselves? Because you're not special. Yeah, the South. Paul, in a perfect world, 1.0 releases and chugging along, do you think they will keep all the content creation in-house, or do you think they'll reach out to other famous sci-fi writers for one of the short mission lines? For one-shot mission lines. Not a clue. They've worked with sci-fi writers in the past, so they could do that. Paul, tell them to hurry up with the Galaxy already. My Poli has no elevators. Tears points. Every time you tell me specifically to tell CIG stuff, they delay whatever you want by another 2 years. So congratulations, the Galaxy's not coming out until 2028. That's your fault. Personally, your fault. The Intel deal came with the Optane drive, and then a drive. AMD needs to step up. Yeah, AMD one came with like one of their old cards, their graphics cards. Paul, tell CIG to work on my taxes. It doesn't work like that, Bass. The CIG doesn't control your taxes. So congratulations, you've been reported to your local tax authority by CIG, and they are now auditing you for this year, Bastion. Congratulations. Those of you who don't know, there's a joke that goes on in the stream because quite frequently I'll make a video on the lore of Star Citizen, and someone will come into my my comment section on the Astro Historian and say something to the effect of, stop making videos and start releasing the game. Because I think people legitimately believe that I'm an official CIG like employee or something like that. And the joke has become, when you give me this power, saying that I run CIG, then I demand millions of dollars, millions upon millions of dollars, and I will give you your specific spectral snowflake thing released. No, I didn't. Unofficial hype man. Yep. Tell CIG to never release Endeavor, Liberator, and Rasta. How much faster would that get done? No, that would just have them cancel it, so they would never release it again. Reading seems to become a superpower, not to mention comprehension. It has nothing to do with reading. It has everything to do with I'm releasing a video, and people don't really watch the video, or they assume this is official lore, so they just unload on me because of that. Yeah, we're not talking about the vast majority of people. We're talking about 1 to 2 comments every video. But when a video really blows up on the Astro Historian, I usually get a good dozen or so comments like that. And when the video blew up of me talking about the delay for Squadron, like half the comments were people just shitting on CIG. But I think, ironically, a lot of those comments weren't directed at me. They were actually directed at CIG. Result is Paul Shuey. Good name, Bob Roberts. Did Wing Commander 4 come out in 97? Academy then 4. They're polishing with the finest of turtle wax. Yeah, 97. They don't seem to be you. They don't seem to be. You just seem to have attracted the attention to the shit on CIG crowd that hates on the game, ironically, supporting the game by proxy by supporting you. It is funny by the amount of people who are like, aren't you worried that CIG's put you on a blacklist? I'm like, CIG doesn't give me anything. They give me ships, which is nice, but that's it. Like, I've gotten tours of the studio a couple times. Those are nice. And I don't say anything about what I see in those studios because I'm under NDA for that one. And even if I did, it isn't that interesting. But it's more like, yeah, these guys are neat. I will say one time, CIG got me something. But it wasn't CIG, it was a specific person at CIG who just so happened to be working with along, like next to somebody else from another company who suggested me because of my work with CIG. But that person knew me well before they worked at CIG and don't work at CIG anymore. So it's like, okay. Nope. My contacts at CIG were not upset with me. The most I've done is I have possibly made it harder for me to work with other companies in the future. But I know that's not true because I accidentally missed, because I don't check my email enough, a offer from a professional company. Because they like refused to tell me what they were working on. They said specifically, though, this was a MMO, a sci-fi MMO that they wanted to talk to me about something, but they weren't going to tell me what the title was until I signed an NDA and confirmed that I was going to do it. And I had until the next day to fill it out. And when I looked at the time it was sent, it had been sent 2 days before. I was like, whoops. Like, I read it on a Sunday and it was sent on a Thursday. I just never saw it. So, and that was like last week. So it's one of those, oh well. Yeah, these are good. I got them off of Amazon. I don't even remember what they're called. They're the KZZS10 Pros. They're in-ear, what if it was a new Battletech MMO? I'd feel bad. Then, Angela, don't forget, we talked with 142 release, which will bring a ton of new backers, but they need a plan to buy server hardware to support those numbers, and equipment has skyrocketed in price. Yep. Because those new users will be playing both, most likely. Question: is the speculation that Raylan variant a salvage or something you know for sure, or just confident in? I don't know for sure. I'm just confident because apparently they were in some of the files. They found a version that had something like salvage beams as part of it. So salvage or mining, it's already a hauling ship. We know the other ship is going to be a Raylan. It's going to be Raylan coal because they have the same thing like the Hermes and the Apollo sort of thing. But it's also going to be an industrial ship as well. So it's not a hauling ship. So it's either going to be a mining or a salvage ship because they're the only other things we have. Maybe a refueling ship, but we don't know if that's true or not. What if Battletech could get a novel focused on Clan Coyote written by Native American? Repair ship? Repair's not in the game, so they wouldn't have it. After his delay video, I'm surprised they didn't give him a second Redeemer. Whatever it is, I hope it fits in on a Liberator. I don't think the Raylan can fit on a Liberator right now, and it's just going to be a Raylan version. Can you imagine a Raylan trying to mine an atmosphere with that body? Yeah, no, absolutely not. I think salvage variant is probably the most likely, given what we know. I think there's only really one person who still writes for Battletech, Escape. I don't know how many people write for Battletech anymore. You didn't miss anything if they're not being that secretive about NDAs and that short about response deadlines. There's a high chance they were a scam of some kind. No way an email was legit. I looked up their the company that it was sent from because I double checked the email and made sure the emails came from. And the company seemed to be legit. It was from a like a marketing company, and I've worked with those sorts of people in the past. They do activations for specific games and stuff like that. My guess was I was added to the list last, because they probably were getting a bunch of the bigger names, and then my name came up on a list because of what I do. And they were like, "Oh shit, we should probably ask them to come on," and they just did it last minute. I am a nerd. In terms of release a heavy game, I remember buying a new PC, specifically RDR2 PC release. I couldn't dream of doing anything like that for Squadron 42 unless we annex Taiwan before it releases. I assume we'll be getting a video sometime next week for the variant, and a snub. A snub? Maybe. I've had stuff like that before. It turned out to be realistic. They're fish. What size salvage do you think it would be, though? The same size as the Raylan, so medium to large. Probably large. I get the instinct though, fish, because I do get a lot of those scam ones, but they're usually pretty bad at it. All right, let's watch the video.
The Gattac Raylan is an alien medium hauler from Gattac Industries and prioritizes speed of loading and unloading cargo by having it all on the exterior. The Raylan is our first dedicated cargo hauler from an alien race, and this is an important moment in that a lot of our other alien ships are combat focused. Just like us, they also need an entire suite of ships to be able to fulfill what they do every day in their lives.
So one of the things that we really wanted to push with our alien ships is just that distinction from kind of human manufacturing techniques and alien manufacturing techniques. We kind of developed this idea that they had this really kind of advanced systems that would allow them to be able to almost kind of grow their ships in the shapes that they wanted. So things like the really big armored plates that are on the front of the ship. The idea was that these were naturally mined materials rather than having to kind of go in and extract these materials and then refine them and refine them and refine them.
I had to stop thinking like human and start thinking like Xian. How would an alien design shapes, movement, and technology?
With the Xian specifically, they have a lot of control over how they can manipulate different structures. So with the Raylan, it has this really distinct state change between its flight silhouette and its landed silhouette.
The original concept had triangular cargo containers themselves holding the cargo inside, but now during production we've changed that to use standardized cargo grids. That means you are not constrained by any of the mission types that you would have had before, having to manually load all these cargo units into custom cargo containers. Now you can just turn up to any location. It supports up to 32 SU containers, so you can just load them on easily, offload them easily.
We have two size 2 tractor turrets that sit on the bottom wings. 2 rear bridge seats each control one of these turrets and can use them to add and remove cargo from the cargo grid as they like. The turrets move with the wings. You have an okay view when the wings are deployed, so when you're flying around in space, but when your wings are in the landed position, you have a really, really good view over the cargo grids.
And for those who really appreciated the original aesthetic of those triangular cargo pods, we've retained the signature triangular elements of that as a deployable armored shield over the cargo beds. The shields themselves are a physical barrier that stop projectiles from hitting the cargo themselves. Obviously, having it deployed makes the cargo very hard to take off, but offers that protection. This essentially makes a sort of hybrid interior-exterior cargo ship. You get the benefits of both systems. You have the ease of loading of exterior cargo.
So you cannot refine material to repair the ship hull then? They've said in the past that with alien ships, you're going to need alien materials to be able to repair them.
As well as the protection of interior cargo. And then as a further benefit for those of you like counting boxes, we also managed to increase the cargo capacity from 320 to 640 with these changes as well.
140.
On the Raylan, you can enter the ship one of two ways. So if the ship is landed, you enter through a lift at the very bottom. And if you are in flight or you're in space, you have a docking collar on the top rear.
The elevator shaft is a really nice central part of the whole ship. It's the first thing you see as you walk in, and it leads you through every floor. You can see all the way up.
A lot of our human ships tend to be quite flat, quite long, whereas what we've tried to develop is this idea that the aliens prefer a little bit more kind of verticality to their ship.
Yeah,
the middle floor of the ship is all habitation.
The habs are very strange when you first walk in. You kind of have a big bank of these pods that feel quite strange and different to the kind of habitations you might be used to in a typical human ship. But at the same time, it's incredibly cozy in there. You kind of have to crawl into the space. You have all this really nice stonework that covers the bed. We carry on this same sort of motif of these ribbons that sort of run around every part of the ship, which you can imagine is kind of carrying the energy and the power from the engineering and powering all these rooms.
We try to make it feel quite relaxing, quite calm.
Does the ship seem really dark and moody to anyone else? Yeah, that's one of the top comments is the interior is really dark.
So they've brought in these waterfalls that run down the sides of the walls in the mess area. On one side you've got the bathrooms, and on the opposite side you've got the food preparation area. As this is an alien ship, it caters to both the Xi'an and the humans. So for the humans, you've got a chow line where you're able to get your food and your drink.
How big are these turtle folk compared to humans? Give me a moment. There's actually a height chart that they released when they released the Banu stuff. Here we go. So the Xi'an are actually the shortest of the species. Humans are about 6 foot. So the human model is 6 foot tall. The Tavaran model will be around the same height. The Xi'an are about a little bit 5'5". The Banu are just under 7 feet, and the Vandul are just over 7 feet. The Xi'an are, in fact, short kings.
Alongside the very specialist Xi'an food area.
Are these the ones that eat poop?
These are the ones that eat poop, or are these the ones that poop squares? I can't remember. These are the turtles, but they behave like birds.
They eat garbage. The stuff that's in those pods is rotted garbage. They eat like carrion because they're carrion creatures. How come the human has a shoulder-mounted device on it that we don't? Because that was from an old model of how the humans were supposed to be, an old armor martyrs. No, the Banu eat everything. The Banu will eat everything and anything because their palate is indestructible. The Xi'an eat. They're descended from carrions, so meaning like vultures or other things like things that eat like decaying flesh. That's their like biological ancestors. So as a result, they eat carrion. They eat like they would love things like kimchi and lutefisk and stuff like that. Stuff that's like effectively rotted food or very very degraded food in terms of its breaking down kind of stuff. So asteroid.
Then off to either side, we have a small room that has a small bench and like a viewing out over the front of the ship. We've got the two escape pods on either side and also the turret access. Finally, if you take
very fragrant fermented food. So I think that's those devices that are kind of like floating. Those are fermentation pods. So like they take their food and they ferment their food and then eat their food, their fermented food.
the elevator up to the top floor, it takes you straight into engineering.
The engineering is really kind of imposing and it just feels very important. You can tell that there's like a lot of power running through this room. Your different component bays all around the room facing you, and they all open up with like the impressive Xi'an tech grav plating all moving out of the way. The alien design comes in with quite how wide these component bays are. Like there's a lot of room that accommodates more space needed to access them than just a slim little engineer who's making his way in.
Because Xi'an are chunky. They're wide load. They're short but very wide. So they anything but are they better gunners or are they better engineers? A little bit of both. Remember, the Xi'an they live hundreds of years, like 400 to 700 years. And they spend at least 50 years. When they reach the age of 50, which I think is their age of maturity, they spend their second 50 years of life in the military. No matter what gender, no matter what status, social status you are, every Xi'an has to serve in the military for 50 years. So every Xi'an knows how to shoot. The question is what the family specializes in. Yes. Though, again, every Xi'an is taught to be a soldier at some point. Man, I can't wait to see them in game and check with Max Copium. That's not even Copium, man. They're in Squadron. We've seen their bodies in Squadron. I don't know if they have them fully rigged and animated yet, but like they have models for Xi'an bodies in Squadron. We've seen them in the trailers. So they'll probably be in Star Citizen around the same time as Squadron if they get enough time. We got a Banu for Squadron. He's just a head and a torso. He doesn't have a full body yet. Better engineers who never once thought of a hover bike until Cletus from the farm down the road began roaring up on a dragonfly. I love that because as much as that sounds dumb, it's also very alien. Because like the idea of having something like a motorbike is fundamental, but hovers is fundamentally human. Like that is such a human thing to do. I'm going to take a vehicle that goes at insane speeds and I have the ability to drive this thing at insane speeds with no protection. In fact, the less protection, the better, because I can feel the wind on my face and try to go as fast and as reckless as I possibly can. That is absolutely a human trait. You know, daredevil, feeling the rush, that kind of thing. And for the Xi'an, their culture is very guarded and very careful. So yeah.
You also have these beams that are coming across the ceiling.
So probably no Xi'an hover tanks? No. Well, we do know that the Tavaran had hover tanks. So
you can tell that there's power thrumming through like these ribbons that are coming from each of the component bays. It's a really, really interesting room, and it was a lot of fun to work on.
As you go towards the front of the ship, you're into the bridge area, and this probably has one of the best views out of a lot of ships that we've done.
There is 4 seats floating on air. So that feels like it's totally alien, uncanny thing. When you enter the seat, they're rotating with a fancy flying animation. I hope that they feel really wow effect, because it's pretty different than the usual ships we have.
It feels very Forerunner. Like a Forerunner mixed with Covenant in terms of Halo stuff. So
the cargo capacity of the ship lends itself to the vast majority of cargo missions, so it's great for cargo players, and it's not short in the firepower category either. It has great turrets and pilot-controlled weapons as well as missiles.
I think all the team did their job so fantastic.
It looks cool, sharp, aggressive,
Very happy with it. I really like the overall aesthetic on the interior, and the design is an
look cooler. That's good. No stress for RSA. I love how everyone's rendered speechless by the love of the ship. It's never been my ship, but it looks neat. Not a fan of yet another industry-focused ship with a lot of pilot-controlled weapons. I don't think it's very big, though. My guess would be size, what is it, size 2 or size 3? Let me look it up. So it looks like they just had the manned turrets, the 2 size 4 manned turrets. So they added some weapons so that the pilot can control the weapons. They're size 5. Yeah, it's the end of this week, beginning of next week. Well, it was already sold, for those of you who don't know. It was sold, and originally it was sold at 225 standalone. I don't know what the whole B is, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went up to like 250. Man, it's gonna be $400. Maybe that would be a huge jump from its original release, because it was announced on June 10th, 2021. $840. Yeah, the concept of Warbond was 200. It also doubled in cargo. Yeah, but that would be a hell of a jump. Do you think the super heavy armor is the same as the Titan exosuits? No. I don't personally think so. I've never heard, but that's what I've heard other streamers say. Any truth behind it? The thing was that we know that the Titan exosuits existed on paper. They were supposed to originally be max suits. We saw some concept images, and we know that some of that design did go into the Titan or into the ATLS suit, because the ATLS suit is very similar to what we've seen in the concept for the Zeus suit. And as early as as late as last year, I had confirmation from Sean Tracy, just talking with him, that they were planning on releasing the combat version of the ATLS, or the Zeus from Squadron. It was in Squadron. So it's still a Squadron suit. The Super Heavy is also from the Squadron, my guess is that CIG a couple of years ago were talking about how they were having discussions about boss battles. And I'm thinking they were having discussions about adding boss battles to Squadron because they wanted to try to add some interesting layers to missions. And what do you do when you're fighting when you have a boss battle? Well, you need to have smaller bosses and larger bosses. So you need to differentiate them somehow. And I imagine that's where the Titan or the Super Heavy comes from, is sort of what if we did a cross between a heavy suit and a Titan suit to work for a boss battle. What is the new ship this alien with any rumors? Well, apparently there's going to be a snub, and someone said that there isn't going to be a Raylan variant, but the problem about that idea is that we know that there is going to be an industrial ship, is the other one that's not the Raylan, that they're releasing straight to flyable. And I've never heard of an industrial snub before. That would be a very weird thing. Could happen, but I've never heard of something like that before. So knowing what CIG has done in the past, in the recent past, which sort of shows how they build things. You build something like the Apollo, which has already been released. You've already sold it, and then alongside it, you take that same chassis and modify it so that you can get another ship to release that doesn't take a huge amount of work, because you can just borrow most of the work that's already been done. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did, and we know that's going to be an industrial ship, if they did a Raylan variant. It's not really a variant as much as it's like the Apollo versus Hermes sort of thing. The MPUV is an industrial snub, only in the sense you can carry stuff. So is the Pisces. I thought the snub would have an MPUV-T type giant parasite for cargo moving, but where would it go? Because there's no parasite bay for a Raylan that we know of. So where would that ship even go? Technically, it's a snub even though it can quantum. So is the X. What was it? The X-52. Or X-85. The X-85 is also technically a snub, but it also has a quantum drive. Yeah, I'm based off of CIG's track record. If there's not a snub, or if there's not a Raylan variant being sold now, there will be in the future. Simply because CIG likes to take the same geometry and then just modify it so they can do something else with it. Is an Aero snub? No, it's considered a light fighter. I believe it'll attach directly to the cargo grid. That'd be the first time we've had any sort of snub ship that can attach to a cargo grid. I've heard rumors that such a tech feature has been being worked on. Well, we know that something like that has been being worked on. CIG has showed that off in the past, but there's been no mentions of anything like that in the monthly reports. It'd be a weird thing to drop right now. And we do know that there was rumors and of a salvage beams being found in the files at one point as well. Any word of more ground vehicles being part of the cargo grid? Not that I know of now. Turrets of the Raylan are snub-sized. Like then they superseded the Redeemer with the Paladin. The Paladin was OP and cheaper. I could definitely be way off, but that's what my gut is telling me. Possibly. My supposition is based off of CIG's track record of how they make ships. And the idea that CIG would make a new original ship from scratch is hard to swallow. A snub ship does make sense because CIG's been doing a lot of snub ships recently. So if it's not a snub ship, it's just weird that it would be a salvage snub ship because there's been no salvage for it in the past. Retractor snub, which is just what the MPUVT is. I don't know, because I don't think the MPUVT did well. And I don't think we're going to see, wouldn't consider that industrial, though. CIG might. Yeah, we're talking about what the next Gatak ship is going to be, and I guarantee you it's going to be a Raylan variant. Variant. They won't call it the Raylan, they'll call it something else. They've said the snub is something from Space to 2001, presumably a sphere-looking ship with arms. Possibly, yeah. The little ball. My math is saying the Raylan's going to hit 370 to 400, so figuring the increase in cargo plus the 20% launch increase. A bomber. We are not allowed to attach links in the comment. I was asking if your idea was, you should be able to. There are some... That's showing up there. Anyways. Amount of mats and snubs could hold would be tiny unless gravity magic is used to suck the RMC out of the main ship. Yeah. Yeah, salvager is the easiest assumption and also the easiest for them to make. Because they could just use the tractor beams and replace them with salvage beams. The Raylan has a docking collar at the top of the ship. Isn't it at the top back? It's not like on the roof. It's on the top back. They need a set of Xi'an-style armor, green with 4 different helmets, blue, green, yellow, and purple faceplates, and a turtle shell-shaped back. They do. They do. They won't do it because they're cowards. I mean, that's generally what I was planning on talking about. The only thing I'm looking forward to is CIG actually adding aliens into the game for Alien Week. Banu or Xi'an or both. Pizza Endgame would be fun. The Tavarran aren't going to come into the game until after Squadron 42. The reason why we have the Banu and the Xi'an being actively worked on, my gathering is that CIG has them in Squadron in some way, shape, or form. Either somewhat interactable or at least visible. Definitely with the Xi'an, we know that there's Xi'an corpses that you see. And Xi'an armor. So they at least have those models done, and they probably have the upper torso of a Banu at some point for a mission of some kind with Squadron 42. So they're just using those assets to create things like Wicklow and eventually the full rigged out Xi'an. Xi'an zombies? No, let me pull up pull it up. Here, we'll walk you through it so I can show you. No, they weren't involved in the Battle of Vega, but they're involved in Squadron. This is old. Hold on.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
This is funny. It says 2026 here. I didn't even notice that. That's funny. It's literally in this video when they say 2026 confirmed. Right there. That is a Xi'an corpse. Look at the body structure. Look at the head. You can see, kind of see the helmet. That's not a Vanduul. That's a Xi'an. So we know that there are Xi'an bodies in the game. The new bundle has a Xi'an skull helmet. Yeah. And this is a Car 2 All. You can see the silhouette there. And this is a alien ship. Notice how it notice how this opens up. That's Xi'an. That's how the Xi'an stuff works. And then it literally just flips and says 2026. So now flip it again and say 2027. Working with that massive Xi'an ship we see in the trailer, or is it likely a squadron level thing due to scrutiny and internal gravity required to work as a ship? I think it's likely just a level right now, but they'll probably release it as a ship. It's probably like a talk ship, honestly. How real is feasible is 2026 release at this stage? No. I mean, I trust the sources that I've talked to who said it's not releasing this year. They have it planned early, for next year. First half of next year. Right now. But the more you look at it, the more you realize there's just no space to release it. So not only is there no space to release it, and Chris is clearly worried about GTA, they could probably use more time to work on stuff and get things ready to go. So I would say 6 to 8 month delay. Yeah, I think that might be CIG's argument. 2026 means fiscal year 2026. Does not mean does not end until sometime in 2027, March of 2027. GTA effect is overblown. Just release it. GTA is not the reason why Star Citizen or Squad 42 is going to get delayed to 2027. GTA alone is not the reason. There are other reasons for it, but GTA is a good. One of the good reasons why CIG is likely going to do that. I would be surprised if it was the Game Awards when they got a release date, but that is one option. I'm leaning more towards Gamescom, simply because Gamescom, they have a working relationship with them. We know they're going to Gamescom. They've confirmed it. And they've had booths at Gamescom before, and they do not have any CitizenCon this year. So they can put more money towards these events rather than just showing up and hanging out at the events. So I could see them announcing Squadron 42's full release date at Gamescom 2026, and then have people come down and play the first level of Squadron 42 on the floor. There's like technically we got 2 systems in 1 year, even though Pyro was released at the end of 2024. Yeah, end of 2024, and then Nyx was released at the end of 2025. Lol, y'all think the game is done? Got another 3 years forever. Again, according to my sources, it's not a no game right now, guys. It is definitely completed in states, like more done than you think. The idea that people say it's never coming out, it's 2 years away or 3 years away, is just weird coping with the reality that it's delayed for a myriad of reasons, including it's not ready for release. Every single person I talked to about Squadron 42 coming out in 2026, in 2025, had the same sort of exasperated look on their face, which was, yeah, it's coming out in 2026. In the sense of, this may pass, this too will pass. It may pass like a kidney stone, but it'll pass. Like, oh God. And that was last year. There was definitely a trepidation about whether it would be ready to release in 2026. But they're like, we're gonna fucking do it. That's one of the reasons why when Jared said, yeah, we don't know if it's gonna come out this year, people lost their fucking minds and he backtracked really quickly. Because what he was saying was simply the mood of the entire company, which is they didn't know if it was gonna be ready in 2026. Not that it's not done, it's just ready to play. That's a great way of looking at it. It's always 2 years away until it's in our hands. There's no reason to hype it coming out in the early 2027 anyways, because we won't know. Any word on that Benoit write-up for Desync? No. Surprised? Yeah. I mean, CIG does that sort of thing a lot, and then they forget. I feel ship pace has increased in the PU. Certainly feels like there's more resources available. There are. No, he has delayed it. It's been 2 years away since 2016. 142 is confirmed gay in 2026. I guess the prologue doesn't have light and wouldn't need sticks for the demo machines. Nope. Thank you, Coffee Gaming. Happy Pride to you too. Oh, I didn't hear about that, GQ. Thank you for posting that. 5 days ago, Benoit said, we're still working on it. We want to cover a few angles as well as bring in a few guest stars. For the Desync thing? That's nice. It's neat. Hey, Patches. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a video on the Raylan, because the Raylan video is going to be one of those that people hate me for, because it's not really going to be about the Raylan. It's not going to be about the lore about the Raylan. It's going to be about how the Raylan came about, which is, in my belief, based off of my research, the exchange between MISC and Aopoa, that technology exchange, because it was expressed that it was explicitly that part of that exchange was the rights to design whole bees for the Xi'an Empire. And the whole bees, whole series, the Xi'an Empire. So the whole A, B, C, D, and E. And later lore confirmed that Gatak is the only manufacturer that works on industrial ships, but they haven't clarified that Aopoa, that it was Gatak and not, it was, they still remain, it's Aopoa made a deal, not Gatak. So because of Gatak's standing, I wouldn't be surprised if what happened was Aopoa already had an in with the human market because of their work on the Nox, and they had a somewhat trade negotiations going with the Xi'an Scout, the Xi'an Cartual. And so Gatak, which didn't have any inroads in with human space, went to Aopoa, said, give us this and we'll give you something in return. They negotiated on behalf of Gatak. That got sent back to Gatak. Gatak looked at the plans for the whole series and said, we'll build a ship that is the whole series, but better for humanity, so that we can get some more business from humanity, to break into the human market in terms of industrial. So what it is a competitor to the whole series. It's the Xi'an straight up competition with the whole series. When do people come to you for what a ship is? Your lore daddy. You do your thing with lore. Well, there was a comment on my Polaris video where it's like, this is not the history of the Polaris. This is the history of the Corvette with the Polaris at the end. And I'm like, yeah, because the history of the Polaris is the history of the failed Corvette line that the UEE kept failing to. The UPE and then the UEE failed to make a Corvette until they made the Polaris. That's kind of the thing. Raylan variant ideas, salvage, easy. General Chad and Spectrum is where the news this week. Another highlight was when someone got Sean Tracy to talk about mechs. So Sean Tracy loves mechs, but what he loves more than mechs is being able to see mech scale weapons being fired when you're on the infantry. He loves the scale of the scalable nature of mechs. Like, mechs are cool, but they're cool when you know the context of them, which I agree with. I agree with Sean's take on that. You know, Gundams are neat looking, but they're just giant robots that look very fake until you see them in the scale of a human. When you see a battle between mobile suits from the perspective of somebody on the ground, you realize how fucking massive they are in comparison to a human. And the same thing with like Battletech and MechWarrior. You really don't get a proper context of scale until you look at these mechs from the size from the eyes of a human. The latest Gundam movie showed the scale well from POV of infantry. Was that the Unicorn movie, or was that the like 3D movie that Netflix did? The one where like the Gundam is effectively like a demon. Like it's a horror series where the Gundam is like the killer. Gundam Halfway Flash. Okay. That Unicorn's halfway, yeah. I think Forever Winter did that really well. Yeah. The latest 40K trailer, the one for the 11th edition, has that perspective with knights. Like, you see the perspective of knights in a battlefield from the scale of a person. An AS-7D Atlas is 40 meters tall. That's over 120 feet. And I think that's the size of a Gundam. Like, mobile suits are pretty tall compared to... so, like, that's like a... Let me look up the actual size of a Zaku 2. It's 17 meters tall. So, yeah, about 57 feet. And then... 18 meters tall. Okay. The Gundam is a little smaller than that. It's about half the size of an ATLS, but yeah. Yeah, the Gundam game Rogue Orbit. There's been a lot of discussions about how it's not really a Gundam game for a lot of reasons, and I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Is there a first-person game where you play as a knight from Warhammer? I don't think so. There are knight games, but I think that most of them are mobile games. Which makes them about half the size of an Atlas 7D, which is one of the largest mechs for Battletech. Yeah, a Gundam would fit in the Odin's hand. To give you context, let's look at we know that a Paladin fits there, right? So a Paladin is 53 meters long. It's almost 14 meters high. I have not read about the Battletech Black Marauder, no. Hey, Zora. The Force brought me to tonight, yeah. For those of you who don't know, I'm a huge mech fan. This is, every summer I do a thing called Hot Mech Summer where I play mech games. I think right now we're focusing on MechWarrior 5, and I'll start playing mech games like on Mondays or Wednesdays here shortly as well, but... I've always argued that the thing that Star Citizen's ground gameplay needs is mecha. And I'm not saying like Gundam. I'm saying, or even Battletech. I'm saying the Wolverine from Man and Conquer. Or what is the name of the... the rice ache from 2142. The T-39 Bogatyar from 2142. I'm talking like mech scale in video games that already have those perspectives locked down. Battlefield, Man and Conquer, that kind of thing. I love MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. They're great. Gundams are pretty big. That's the problem. The problem is when you start getting into sizes that are bigger than what I just mentioned, you start looking at like a significant investment in moving them, which would require a ship just to move those vehicles.
can take away my spaceship.
Votoms I like too. Votoms are
You can
great.
take away my space suit. You can even take away my space.
Yeah, the
station.
walkers from Avatar.
But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
Sherry Katsune just resubscribed for 48 months, and another month pub cheers.
48 months. 2 years of support there, Sherry. You're very important, but we're very pessimistic, very pedestrian. This fault. You're big night. Shots and cheers and chat. Yeah, shots and cheers. Minovsky particles go Kira Kira. Yes. Yes. Is that? That is 4 years, not 2 years. You're right. Because 24 months would be 2 years. Oops. Yeah, Chaos Reigns is the last expansion for MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, and it is a post-clan invasion. Because the Shadow of Karinsky is the MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries clan invasion DLC. I'll be right back.
Weapons free, y'all.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw. Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I love democracy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Mission complete. Burrito, I eat. Mission complete. Burrito,
Yeah, it's Mercs.
I eat. There you go.
Fun button's going away. The cusp of the FedCom Civil War. Yeah, I haven't played the expansion yet, but I believe you go out to the cluster. You're basically invading the clan's home area to fuck up the Jade Falcons.
Them biddies.
We are still in need of Monty Python sound bites. I demand it's only a model.
Yeah, I'll probably need some of that done. CR is a Gen X. He's not part of the mech thing much. He is a one-man gun. He is one man, one gun, man, one ship vehicle guy in World War II mechanics. I mean, to a degree, but mech, Chris Roberts grew up in the 80s when mech and mecha sort of was becoming a bigger thing in science fiction. Like he was a young, like a teenager in the late 80s. So like cartoons like Macross and Gundam were already available, not just in, at that time it was Robotech, but Robotech and Gundam were already being exported to the United States and to England and such. So what's the Crusader Jupiter? It is the lore, the first ship that Crusader ever built that was an actual ship and not a shuttle. Crusader was initially a shuttle manufacturer, and they built the Crusader Jupiter specifically to transport their shuttles to market. In lore, the Jupiter still exists, but it's exclusively a UEE Army vehicle. The UEE Army bought a bunch of them so they could transport ground troops for like large movements. We're talking like full battalions. Battalions larger than the company, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a giant space barge. Being able to carry 1,000+ people and their weapons and their equipment to and from places. It's like a space ferry. Yeah, kind of like a space ferry. But its size had to be so massive, there's no way CIG would build it because it is such a huge ship that it would require insane amount of work. And CIG's been asked, would you do the Jupiter if you had a chance to? And they said no. Would not do the Jupiter. Well, they've lied in the past, so. What ship is this? The Crusader Jupiter. Having a shitty week, going to bed soon, but dropping in the prop up the Algo Gods in the stream, catch you in the VOD. Thank you, Black Mage. My argument for mechs is that mechs are ships, but they cannot fly. So you can use all of the same mechanics you would use to build a ship to make a mech. And you could have various different mechanics for mechs to make them work. Different sizes and stuff like that. I don't think you would have 20 to 40 meter tall mechs, but 8 to 15 meters. So big, but like 2 to 3 story big, not gigantic. And the idea behind that is you have a large, armored, shielded vehicle that works like a ship that could effectively act as a NPC enemy or a player-controlled, attack platform. And there's no reason why you'd only have to have 2-legged walkers. You could have 4-legged walkers, 6-legged walkers. You could have tracked walkers. So, not really walkers at that point, but, like the old gun tank. UE Army has its own navy. It has its own transport stuff, yes. Spider legs, yeah. The idea being you could use them, players could use them for fleshing out ground combat, because like a ship isn't going to be able to take down a walker. It could, but now if you have something that's effectively a walking ship, it doesn't have to have quantum, so you could put more guns and more shields and armor on it, which means that a light fighter ain't doing shit. You need a bomber or a torpedo bomber or a big heavy gunship to take them down. And then you could add effectively AMS systems. You could add have versions that have the PDCs on them. You could give them flak weapons and such. So now you've got a vehicle that is protected from aerial attack and is still a threat to ground vehicles. So it has that sort of bridges the gap between air vehicles and ground vehicles as sort of the middle between the two. Thus, the scale becomes obvious. Ships, mechs, vehicles. I don't think you'd ever want to have a Gundam style. I don't think you would have Gundam style mechs where like they're basically space-borne ships. I don't think that would work. Yeah, it also gives a target for close air support. Because now the bomb bays on a Gladiator makes a lot more sense if you're like, that's a fucking walker. Bomb that motherfucker. Hit that thing with a 500 kg, because that's the only thing that's going to stop that thing, you know? Yeah, and you have this similar chance for them to knock out, and a larger walker is going to be easier to hit with anti material weapons like the railgun versus a ship. It's a classic science fiction trope. It fits in with the themes of Star Citizen. It is also very intimidating, but also, you know, mechs are in like cyberpunk. They're just usually autonomous and not pilot controlled or player controlled. There's the spider tank in Phantom Liberty that you have to fight. That fucking massive thing. Such comas in Ghost in the Shell, that kind of thing. Don't Gundams require AI? They do, but mechs in the BattleTech universe don't. I think the problem that Chris has when it comes to mechs is he probably doesn't see mechs as BattleTech or what I just described, things like from the mechs in Command & Conquer, the mechs in 2142, or the like spider droids, the spider mechs, and things like Ghost in the Shell and Cyberpunk 2077. He probably thinks of Voltron. And it's like, Voltron doesn't make sense in the Star Citizen universe. It's just not a thing you would use. And Robotech, I don't think that would work either. There's something off a bit about physics of Gundam mechs in Star Citizen, which is why I keep saying Gundams shouldn't be a thing, guys. People will call them Gundams anyways because they'll just default to whatever it's called, but that's the thing. So I think Chris's distaste for mechs probably comes from the fact that he probably sees them as more of the what is it called, super robo genre of mechs versus the real robot genre of mechs, which was pioneered by Gundam. Like MechWarrior and BattleTech is an extension of that real robot genre of mecha anime. As someone who loves mechs, it's hard to justify mechs in a grounded reality where tanks are more efficient. Echo Bravo. Star Citizen is a universe where spaceships fly at World War II speeds. We have bird aliens and sentient coral tree people who grow crab ships. What part of that is grounded? My point is this gameplay. As far as we know, they grow their ships. They have fucking rib cages. The Defender has bones in it. Crab ships are grounded, as in they are on ground, and crabs are grounded. And vehicle physics at work. That is true. And as much as I'm not thrilled about the mechs in Star Citizen, it's an extension of the ICTY weapon. We're going to get the Titan suits. Titan suits are not really mechs, they're really exoskeleton suits. But they're like 7 feet tall, robotic, powered robotic Van Duel. That's all really what they are. And we'll get more versions than just the Zeus system, which is coming out with Squadron. But what I'm talking about is like bigger, like double the size, double or triple the size of the ICTY. I always like to look, that's why I use things like Helldiver as an example, or Battlefield 2142, or Command and Conquer, or as someone else said, the Avatar movies, not The Last Airbender, but the James Cameron's Avatars. They all have walkers. They all have mechs in that sense. The machine gun mechs in the end of Matrix, right? There's like giant exoskeleton frames. Like that's sort of the thing we're talking about. But when you say mechs, people immediately go like Gundam or, you know, Big O or something like that. Or even like the Atlas, you know, 7D from Mech Warrior. And I'm thinking like, no. We're talking like tanks with legs. You know? A Titan suit from Titanfall. Or a Titan from Titanfall. Star Citizen ships are more like Vietnam speeds, but CIG Chris Warbutz wants to do World War II style dogfighting. Even in Vietnam, you were seeing like the beginnings of over the horizon combat stuff. Now, do I think any of this is possible? No, CIG doesn't care. Chris Roberts hates mechs. I just argue this fact because I think in terms of gameplay, it makes sense. In terms of lore, it makes sense. In terms of themes, it makes sense. And I believe it would add more to the tool belt for things like Squadron 42 Part 2 and Part 3. Future single-player iterations of, you know, in the Star Citizen universe and so on and so forth. I mean, I get the argument for grounded, but I'm not going to say Star Citizen is an arcade combat game because it's not. It doesn't have arcade physics or arcade like levels. You know, it's not like Ace Combat, but it's not DCS. It's somewhere between the two. Because often arcade is used as an insult, as an attack, rather than an actual descriptor by the Star Citizen community. When people say, well, yeah, Star Citizen is an arcade game. Because, like, they're trying to say, this is just Star Fox. And it's like, nah, not really. It's Wing Commander, which was very similar in terms of its art, physics, and that kind of thing. You missed 2042, not 2142. 2042 was garbage. 2142 was one of the best battlefields they ever did. Uses a pejorative, yeah. Most engagements in Star Citizen also take place at like 130 to 200 kilometers per hour. Or kilometers per second. As an Arma player, I see a ton of overlap between how that works in the vision for Star Citizen. It's very similar. I don't think Arma is a good one-to-one comparison, because I think Arma is probably more sim than Star Citizen is, but it's close to it. Like something like Squad or Arma are very similar. The key is that at some point CIG is going to actually have to start taking a look at ground gameplay, including ground physics, which suck. And when they do, they're going to have to start making a reason why ground gameplay matters, why you should take a tank or a Cyclone or any ground vehicle. Like, there needs a reason for the ground vehicle to exist, and there isn't one. And I don't see one on the horizon. So a ground vehicle as a transportation craft makes sense, but as a combat vehicle doesn't make a lot of sense, because you just don't really have a use for it. You can't use a close air support or your own weapons for. And one of the biggest problems that CIG seems to have, or biggest motivators for CIG to add things for a ground gameplay, is to add more variety of PvE gameplay. Because like I've said before, could you imagine a scenario where you have to sneak into a base to disable a shield that's protecting that base, and you get into the base and accidentally trip an alarm, and uprising from the fucking from in the middle of the base is a mech that stands 2 stories to 3 stories tall, 30 feet tall, comes out, and you're like, oh, fuck me. I'm about to die. I gotta use this, this NERSA or this URSA that I brought in and actually use it to fight this thing to survive, because I can't get air support because there's a fucking shield on top of me. Cool, bring me 3 more. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. What is that area with distortion storms? That'd been a great place for ground vehicles. It would be. Especially if you're able to transport. I just don't like the fact that they did that. I'm also a fan of CIG eventually adding robots as enemies, as PvE enemies. Because, rogue AI. Use robots instead of zombie hordes? Yeah. I definitely think it's in their planning phases, for sure. I can see Chris Roberts is a fan of Terminator, for instance. How many SCUs the Raelians? Like 600 plus. So 640. Yeah, so until CIG fixes ground physics for vehicles, there's really no point in ground gameplay. But because that's still a ways off, probably a year plus, they still have time to work on other ground gameplay aspects. Still miffed on the lack of lore for explanation of the decorations in the waterfall. What lore do you think? Why do you think you need explanations for like the pretty stuff? Do you think the fourth race in Star Citizen universe, the one we haven't met yet, could be AI robots? Yes, I do. The one thing we know about the race, the Krthok, is that the initial idea for them was that their special ability was they had instant communication via like FTL. So like they had faster than light communication. So they could talk to each other real time anywhere in the verse, which was their main advantage. That was the initial pitch for them. And so my thought about that whole thing is that makes a lot of sense for a robotic species. It would also make the sense because we know that the Xi'an do not have AI. Why would the Xi'an not have AI? Because they've encountered an AI species which has fucking beat the shit out of them. So they're very against AI. How do you fight an interstellar species with FTL communications? Poorly. Which is one of the reasons why the Xi'an have lost. They're losing the Spirit Wars. Which is why they have basically pulled away from Krthok space. And that's one of the reasons why they encountered humanity is one of the, I think the current emperor's mother who was in charge, who took control, or maybe his grandmother who was in charge, took control after like the Dark, or I can't remember what it is. There was some name for it. This sort of dark period when the entire imperial family was killed, like instantly by the Krthok. Like they had an assassination where every single member of the bloodline of that had a specific imprint of genetic code of the Xi'an Empire was killed at the exact same moment. Because the Krthok figured out that the Xi'an only let a specific genetic imprint, if someone has a very specific genetic code, become the emperor. And so they scoured Xi'an space for that genetic imprint, found everyone who had them, and fucking killed them at the exact same time, which sounds to me like machine efficiency. And it caused a panic through the Xi'an Empire. A mini civil war broke out. And eventually when things returned with the current Krei line taking over, they immediately said, fuck the Krthok. We are not fucking with the Krthok. We are making, not peace, but like a ceasefire with the Krthok. And no one is going anywhere near Krthok space. If you want to explore, you got to go the opposite direction of Krthok space. And guess what? The opposite direction of Krthok space was human space. Human, Banu, Vanduul, Kavarin, that kind of space. Got the Tsar Nicholas family treatment. Yeah. My theory about the Krthok is that they are probably a synthetic species that either became synthetic themselves to extend their lives or outlived their creators, and they're not a antagonistic species. I don't think they are a species that invaded Xi'an space. It's implied that the Xi'an encountered the Kurthok and probably started shit themselves. So they're less of a rapid expansion and more of a defensive species. They're very protective of themselves. They want just everyone to leave them alone. So thus the attempts to assassinate every single member of the Xi'an species, of the Xi'an royal family, that seems like a prelude to an invasion. But according to lore, they didn't invade. So it seems more like a fuck off kind of thing. Like, we're going to spend all this time and energy to just cause chaos to tell you it's not a good idea to fight us. A big stick beat you up the head to tell you to stop it. Kind of thing. I have no idea what's going on with these degraded servers there, Criminal. The problem we've had is that the degraded server status has been added to the servers for like the entire week. I've never seen that happen before. They ran from the death machines and found the murder monkeys. Yeah. They haven't implemented server meshing or instancing there. I did the write-up for Benoit. There, I've been met up with the... What are you talking about? Nor have I, unless they've been waiting for Alien Week. I don't know what's going. Maybe there's gonna be stuff with that, but I don't think they've ever attached that tag for this long. Is it possible the spaghetti code is finally congesting and turning the rock hard boulder that can no longer be molded any longer? Nah, I don't think that's the case. I think this is probably more of a PR move than it is a technical move. Effectively, as an attempt to communicate, shit's fucked. So people either back off and don't play, or are more hesitant to play. Bold take. Well, I just don't see the game acting in any sort of expressly fucked way right now. Like, the game has problems, but especially recently, it doesn't seem to have nearly any more problems than it normally has had in the last several patches before 4.8. The biggest things that 4.8 added was problems with ships, which are being worked on, and the lock you out of your account problems, which has happened in the past and they fixed them. I also believe that the idea that CIG is running spaghetti code that they have no idea what they're doing with and is horribly optimized and entirely non-functional, that doesn't seem to track with what they've already been doing with Squad 42 and Star Citizen. I do believe that there are massive elements of the code that they have no fucking idea what it does because the people who built it left and they have no one replacing it. That's not a, oh no, we can't do this, and more of a, we would have to rebuild it from scratch, which takes time and effort, which we don't want to do. Cargo elevators not working at all. I have had cargo elevators work recently. They're just spotty. Contract issues. Again, when have you not had contract issues in Star Citizen? And inventory issues. Again, when have you not had inventory issues? Lots of delays. What you're just describing 4.0, guys. Like what you're describing is the 4.0 release. Yeah, they get your account on the premium streamer server. Even after they put me on that blacklist. It's strange they can't put in a statement, though. It's because CIG doesn't have an answer. The one thing you learn about CIG is that they will never announce bad news unless they have good news. They never announce bad news without good news. Meaning they don't probably have a full understanding of what's going on. They may have an idea, but they don't want to say this is what's going on and then find out that that's not what's going on. They found something else that's going on and then say we were wrong, it was this, because they're afraid that people are just going to lose their mind over nothing. Squad War 2 is delayed again, but the good news is it looks great. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. What CIG is... The reason why CIG isn't announcing a 2027 delay yet is because they don't have a date. Like a hard date. That would be my guess, is that they don't have a hard date that they are willing to push on yet. And because they don't have a hard date they're willing to push on yet, they're just going to shut the fuck up until they do. Kind of curious that the Banu and the Xi'an have encountered each other. Not only have they encountered each other, they have known each other since 1920. The Xi'an made contact with the Banu in 1920. Remember, we made contact with the Banu first, and then the Xi'an. The Banu knew who the Xi'an were many years before we ever encountered them. They just didn't say shit. I'm sorry, you're wrong, Paul. I've been playing since 4.0, and 4.0 wrecked my game in so many areas. Optimization seems to have degraded most of the little bugs I experienced and starting to come back in. And Raven Wrath, I 100% believe that's the case for your personal machine. But it hasn't been my experience on my personal machine. It hasn't been the experience on other people's personal machine, which is a problem. It's always been a problem, but it's just you got the bad like dice roll this patch. I'm not blaming machines, guys. I'm not saying your machine can't handle it. I've seen people who have the almost carbon copy of my computer have things bust on them, but then mine's fine, and vice versa. There's something that's wrong, but it's not a consistent problem, and that's one of the problems, is that it isn't consistent. Back in the 3.x days, if something went wrong, everyone had the same problem. Like it was usually universal issues. But since 3.18 / like the 4.0 branches, we've basically had it works on my machine problem. Talked a little bit about it. Yeah, it's server side. It's server side, or it's some specific thing that people are doing in the game that's causing the problems, the bugs to happen, or whatever reason. Maybe you just spawn in at the wrong place at the wrong time. Here's my hot take. I kind of wish they'd lower server pop back to like 100. That's not really the issue. If they reduce the server pop back to 100, the servers would still scream, because it's not an issue of the server population. It's an issue of the back-end services. And that back-end services is a very complex web of shit. It's not really the gameplay itself. It's almost always like your inventory lagging isn't an issue with the game servers. It's an issue with the inventory servers, which are connected to the game servers. The reason why you get kicked out of, or you get locked out of shards and stuff like that, you get shard locked and can't play the game, is because of the authentication servers or some other issue of not being stored properly. It's not the game itself, it's the other services that are causing the problems. Which is one of the reasons why whenever I hear people go, look, it's Star Citizen, it's such a mess. Squadron 42 is probably equally a mess. And it's like, the reason why Star Citizen is a mess is because it's fucking an online game. And its back-end services suck. Or are in various stages of either complete or like placeholder. Squadron 42 doesn't have any of that. So it has unique issues on its own, which have nothing to do with Star Citizen. Which is why when everyone say, I want Squadron 42 to be out so they can focus on Star Citizen, I'm like, what do you want the artists to do? The only thing that I can see as an argument is that I'm sure most of the QA is still on Squadron, not on Star Citizen. So they would want to move people from Squadron to Star Citizen to do QA. That's a great way of putting it. It's an RNG thing and behavior angle. You trip over landmines. Landmines you don't see. And the problem is that someone could do the exact same thing as you and not hit a landmine because the landmines aren't evenly spaced across a field and just assume that whatever, it's just bad luck. That's the problem. But couldn't they downsize art and increase the back end? Too many cooks. At a certain point, you're going to have to hire new people, and that back end services are not going to be cheap. It's going to be difficult to hire those, to find those people to work in the field, anyways, or train them to the degree you want them to. And also, it may end up not being helpful, anyways, because all you're doing is, let me put it this way. Get 5 people together, give them an outline for a story, and have them write 5 different parts of the story and make it all make sense and connect it together. And make sure that the syntax is the same, the characters are the same dynamics, the background is all the same. That's what it's like to code with multiple people. It's like writing a story and to make sure everything is as simple or as connected as possible while that happens. So that's the issue. It's like, yeah, you got to train the engineer. It's a long process. There is no short-term solution to the problem that CIG has other than CIG putting the people they already have on the solution and pulling them off of other things that they're working on. That's it. I'm saying it's wrong. It's saying it's more complicated than people think. Because usually the answer is whenever Star Citizen has some fucked up thing where people are just mad because the game fucking sucks for a patch or two, is CIG should stop making ships and focus on fixing the game. And it's like, what? Like, the people who are making the ship started making that ship 6 months to a year ago. And that wouldn't help anyways if you fired every ship designer and hired people to do all of the stuff to fix the problems. And all you would end up with is what the game is now, but less shitty, and not the game that they want to build in the future. The point being, there is no easy solution to these problems. And while CIG doesn't help themselves by prioritizing badly sometimes, it's not as simple as fix game, please. I blame Drake. Whenever we have a major Drake release, the patch happens to be rough. There's an element of voodoo that which machines like running and those that don't, which have completely out of their hands. Yeah. Have we tried the fix game button? No, I don't think CIG has asked Claude to fix the game. That's the problem. They should just ask Claude to fix the game. It'd be done in an instant. I mean, look at Microsoft. That's what they've been doing for Windows forever, for the last year or so, and it's been flawless execution. No problems whatsoever. What's Claude? It's an AI program. ChatGPT fix game, please, basically. I used to work as a COBOL 2 programmer. Writing code is easy. Writing code that does what you want to do is not so easy. Yeah, but I mean, if you had two people writing code at the same time trying to make the same thing, the way you write it and finish some of those code, that code is going to be different between you two, and you're going to have to clean that up in the end. Like, one person writing code is easy because you're writing the code and you know how you're writing it and how you're doing calls and all that kind of stuff. Mythos, give me at least 95 star systems and 1,200 more ships. Make no mistakes. Can we just get a new host for Friday shows? Can I put you on there instead of Jared for a couple of weeks? No. But getting back to the main question at hand, I don't know why they've been using degraded tag. Because yeah, it is degraded. But it's also been similar to this for a while. I also sometimes wonder if it's simply just because CIG apparently said that they've had a huge influx of people, more than they've ever had in the past. So it may be a situation where when you have an average of 5,000 people per day on a server or on your game, and 2% experience problems, that triples to 20,000 a day. You're looking at it, that 2% is going to be a lot bigger, and it's going to make a lot more noise and be a lot more noticeable than you would be in the past. So I wonder if it's simply a situation where, because the volume of people went up, the number of people experiencing problems went up simply because the volume went up. Thus, more people are experiencing stuff that would have happened no otherwise. Because that's what always happens with, say, like the PTU. CIG will get the PTU into a fairly decent state, and the second it releases to live, everything breaks because the volume went from 200 people to 2,000 people in like a day. And so that 2,000 people did a lot more work on the back-end services than those 200 could ever do. Add the distributed aspects into development, it makes it infinitely harder. Yeah. So many people trampled through the back end, got trampled over, and hasn't had a chance to recover. I've heard some people theorize that CIG is probably possibly testing semi-dynamic server meshing in the background. So they could be setting stuff up in the background for instancing, which we know that's coming in 4.9, and that's what's fucking everything up, is because the stuff they're adding in there in the background for instancing has caused problems. So this could simply be an AWS server failure to scale, possibly. They've had that problem in the past where they had to get a specific enterprise level, because their backend systems are not AWS. The game systems are AWS, and the systems they use for the backend, they were having problems with like 318, and it turned out it was because the service they were using to host the backend services wasn't keeping up with the demand that they had, even though they had the highest level package they could purchase from them. So they had to work with that specific service to basically get a special package for them to run for that. Now, I see the argument of saying get rid of PTU, and I would counter that argument with make PTU live and make live stable. So once a year, you take the PTU and you push it to live. And the live is unstable for a couple of months while you fix some of the bugs. And once that is stabilized, you work specifically on that to stabilize it. Then everything else goes into PTU, and the PTU is the main way you play the game until you reach the stage where, all right, we'll take everything that's stable and put it into live or into stable, then release the stable, fix all the problems, and move on that way. So that way you have a consistent testing environment that is for people who know, hey, this is the beta test of this build, of these builds. This is all the new ships, all the new features, all the new gameplay. And the stable branch only gets the stuff that is brand new and shiny once or twice a year. That way, people who want to play the game just play the stable version. You get the game that you have. Sounds expensive. What I'm describing is quite literally every other MMO or game on Steam that I've ever played that has multiplayer aspects. They usually have some sort of beta branch, which has all the new features, and that can stay up for months, if not years, and then eventually it pushes to the stable branch. Some features are system-wide upgrade, like meshing. You can't just press a button and release it in an instant. No, but you can do a lot of work on the back end to make it work and test it on those separate back-end services to see if they work, and then eventually take that same build and to push it live, effectively. What I'm saying is the live build exists, but it is simply now what we would consider the PTU. It is an unstable build. And then you have a stable build, which is an old build of the game that you simply update to the new build once or twice a year. Yeah, DayZ is stable and experimental. There was the public test realm from WoW. Why didn't they just use the turn-in kiosks from Kleischer for Wicklow? Because Chris Roberts wants to have physicalized drop-offs. Unfortunately, I think CIG would see that as being more work for them, but it would be much better all-around experience. It would be more work for them to set it up because they'd have to build it out from scratch, which they don't have. So they'd have to start doing it. The other problem, though, is that that's exactly how it's probably going to have to be for 1.0, because once you reach 1.0, there's no more alpha argument. That shit's gonna have to be stable. It's not gonna release stable, it's gonna release buggy and broken, and then they're gonna have to fix it over time, which is why I'm hoping they don't go from 4.x patches straight to live. I hope they go from 4.x patches to beta and then test the fuck out of that for 6 months and then release it to live. Release 1.0 live. They won't do that, but you know, because it's not profitable. But once it's 1.0 is live, you're going to need to have an experimental or unstable branch for adding new things anyways. And you won't want to migrate that to the main live patch unless it's ready. CIG is going to have to do normal once it's live. My point is that, like, CIG is a fucking super tanker. It doesn't take, to turn, if they want to turn left, they have to anticipate the turn left several moments before. In CIG's case, 6 to 12 months before they want to do something, they have to anticipate that. And as I said in earlier conversations, CIG doesn't know what they're fucking doing 2 years ahead of them. 2 years from now, they have no idea. They have no idea what's going to happen 2 years from now, because CIG doesn't want to think about it. And that's the problem. They don't have long-term thinking because they're so focused on fighting fires, and as a result, they create more fires because they don't have long-term thinking. It's a cycle. Which has led to the reason why they had the year of stability last year was simply because they needed to sit down and actually fix problems in the back end that they had built up, and they had to like look at what they were doing and pull out some things and prioritize what they were going to work on. So let's assume Squad 42 gets released and does well. Are there going to see illegal implications if they push off PU work immediately for Chapter 2 work? So they're not going to do that. They're not going to immediately work on Chapter 2. Because they're going to instead focus on fixing and stabilizing Chapter 1. So Squad 42 is going to need support and update and maintenance for at least 6 months after its release. Guaranteed. If not a year. And any work on Chapter 2 would be pre-production and wouldn't involve anything from Star Citizen. The fear-mongering about Chapter 2 has always been fear-mongering. It has always been hand-wringing, pearl-clutching, because it just doesn't make a lot of sense for CIG to immediately pivot to Chapter 2 when they still have Squadron to support and Star Citizen to work on. On top of that, anything they do for Chapter 2 is simply just going to be what they've already made for Squadron Part 1. What they'll really need is level designers, they'll need QA, and some people who are systems designers to update some stuff. But they also have this wonderful live service called the Star Citizen that they can pull from to update their systems. And we've already started to see that. CIG is adding stuff in Star Citizen that doesn't exist in Squadron. There are some stuff that's being pulled from Squadron for Star Citizen, but for instance, social tools, salvaging, engineering to a degree. There's some engineering in there, but it's not nearly as intertwined with systems because it's more of a set piece engineering than it is like specific engineering. And I have a sinking suspicion, and this is just a suspicion based off of what I've seen CIG recently do, is what's going to happen is CIG is going to release Squadron 42 and fire half the team. because it's expensive. And if they have to rehire them, they will. And for any of you who say, that's horrible, that's standard practice for video games. Keep digging. Unless you have some inside knowledge you'd like to share with us, Ocean, this is the most likely outcome. How is it fear-mongering when Chris himself has said it's part one of a three-part series? It's fear-mongering because there's a belief that work on Squadron has meant that there is no work on Star Citizen, which is not true. And that somehow magically, if they stopped working on Squadron today, Star Citizen would get better tomorrow. And as I've already said, the problem with Star Citizen isn't the gameplay systems as much as it's the back-end services. Now, they've already started to move some of those people who did systems to Star Citizen, which is why we've seen a bunch of Squadron 42 assets being ported to Star Citizen. The new Mobiglast updates, the maps, the upper HUD. There's a lot of stuff that's in, the engineering, basic engineering functions. All that stuff is the new power readouts. It's all Squadron stuff. And people assume that you would need all of the people you worked on Squadron 42 to work on Squadron 42 Part 2, when there's been statements by the Chris Roberts and Aaron Roberts themselves who said, no, we're going to take the technology we developed for Squadron and then use that to make a game every 2 years. That may or may not still be true, but they've said it themselves, is they're using the same methods that Aaron used for the Lego games when he was working with, I can't remember the name of the company, where they were using effectively the same engine, the same assets. They simply reskinned some of the assets. They added new things every so often. So it was sort of like a small team rolling in new content with changes, mostly changes in terms of storyline and other things like that. Traveler's Tales, yeah. Think it's going to be less like the difference between Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2, and more like the difference between Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3 was, I think, 2 to 3 years apart, whereas Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2 was like 4, because they changed from their proprietary engine to Unreal Engine, and then they used the same engine, the same assets to build Mass Effect 3. Teams disperse after wrap. That's the other thing. People will find jobs. If they're wrapped up with their work on a specific project, because these people work with other people, they'll find projects with other people and switch over to another team somewhere else. That happens pretty frequently. People getting pink slips at the end of a project is very common. And in this economy, and CIG has been super on their money recently. It seems like they'll almost certainly get rid of the people that are the lowest in the totem pole, which are QA, and possibly some of the more lower, design folks and stuff like that. My concern is, will CIG continue to use money generated by ship sales, which people would at that point use exclusively for PU, to do any work on Chapter 2? Yes. Just like Squadron 42 will generate money for Star Citizen's ships and the game, because there's not two buckets labeled Squadron 42 and Star Citizen where money goes in and games come out. It's one bucket called CIG, and they make the games. I don't think Austin will necessarily be left because Austin is itself as a company, like the Austin branch here the CIG's Austin branch is their dev, not their dev branch, what is it called? It's platform branch. So like the website, all the PTU patches, the going from PTU to live, all that stuff's handled by Austin. But don't worry, the marketing votes will be fine. Yeah, junior positions, thank you. Not to mention these guys will have shipped a game under their belt, which is employment currency. That's employment currency. Between knowing people at the studio who have probably already left on to other projects and using those connections to get new jobs, and having a released game under their belt, which will probably have some buzz about it, which people will know about, that's pretty good. That's really good employability, especially since there's a lot of people at CIG who are junior devs. There's a fucking lot of junior devs at CIG who've never released a game yet, so. What about that super secret other game, Something Soul? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Soul Traveler or something like that. Would they move on to resources into that project? Probably not until after Star Citizen is released. Soul Singer, yeah. Probably not until Star Citizen is released. It could be one of the reasons why CIG is deciding to go with a 1.0 structure rather than a 400 systems, is they want to move on to things like Soul Singer. How many places does CIG have? It's got Manchester, Austin, Frankfurt, and Montreal. Those are the 4 studios. Montreal makes ships. The CIG ship team is broken up into the EU ship team and the North American ship team. So the North American ship team is split between Montreal and Austin, but they're all part of the same ship team. So the head of ships of North America is Elwin, who's here in Austin. And then the head of ships in the UK, I believe, is Ben Curtis, who's in UK, who's in Manchester. And the overall head of ships is, I think, John Crew. No, I think they closed the Leon branch. When they merged, when Turbulent and CIG merged, I think they closed the Leon branch. Well, when they closed the LA branch as well. Bro, it will take however long it needs to be. These patches are events. Yeah, it'll take however long it needs to be, for sure. Yeah. Frankfurt is mostly their engine office, where they do a lot of engine changes and the new stuff for Star Engine. Manchester is mostly the sort of game studio in the sense, like a lot of it's mostly focused on Squadron, but they do a lot of Star Citizen stuff as well. Montreal is mostly a tools office, so they have other things, like they make a lot of the back-end tools like Hex and stuff like that. That's where it's also their like networking is where Benoit is. And then Austin is mostly the platform, so website and the like actual launching of patches for Star Citizen. But there are people who work on everything in every studio. There's no one person doing things. There are people who work on Squadron and Austin. There are people who work on Star Citizen in Manchester and Frankfurt, so on and so forth. So hard to get excited anymore. Frankly, I'm tired of fighting the game to play the game. Then step back, buddy. Step back. Take a break. As I am famous for saying now, sometimes you play Star Citizen and sometimes Star Citizen plays you. And if you're in the state where Star Citizen's playing you, take a break. Take a summer vacation. Enjoy the grass or enjoy a different game. I find that helps me out a lot by playing other games and coming back to Star Citizen. I learn what I like about Star Citizen and what I don't like about Star Citizen. All right, I'll be right back. They mostly come out at night. Mostly.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Hello, I like money.
One button's turn off. Never. Never doing our IRL streams. I can't imagine to go to an office and one corner do the ship, another doing gameplay feature. That happens. That's CIG. Austin used to have a QA pit at the very front of it. They've changed a lot since then, but and they were all working on different parts of the game. One of the advantages of going to an office and in different corners of the office or different levels of the office or doing different things is that you can get on an elevator or walk across a hallway and punch somebody. Because if they're like, why are you fucking with my gameplay, Mr. Ship Designer? What the fuck is this? And in creative elements, I like to say that if you're doing a creative job, you need to be within throwing distance of somebody. You need to be able to throw something at somebody in order to work effectively. I'd be like, your big muscles don't scare me, Elliot. Yes, Hot Tub Stream is off the table. Oh, so kind of a mixture. All of the all of them are all mixed together, yeah. And never underestimate the random hallway conversation. Yeah. Sometimes they're on the same team. Sometimes you'll have like small strike teams of like a ship designer, an artist, a gameplay programmer. Like that's what the Arena Commander team was like for a while. They just got like a couple of folks together to make stuff. They're like, let's do cool shit together. And then they pulled those people off and said, you're making Star Citizen Squadron now. And they're like, okay. I miss Arena Commander. I feel like Arena Commander could go really crazy, but it never will. Maybe it will eventually. But I have my doubts. One of the things that I've been chewing on is someone talked about Arma. Has anyone here in this stream heard of Antistasi? It's an Arma mod. So officially, CIG's headquarters is now Manchester? Yes. So Antistasi is a game mod, where your job is to overthrow the government. So you spawn in with just yourself or your friends. You can do it with a couple people, with the goal of taking towns from the government and flipping them to your side. And you can do this by doing missions for specific towns, which earns your trust and they eventually support you. You do this by invading and attacking government-held military bases or resource points to capture and then use those resource points to generate income, go to the black market to sell things, all that sort of things. It's basically a revolution gameplay mode. Oh, the Russian Badger plays that all the time. Yes. Soviet Wombat. Well, the Russian Badger actually recently played it. His video on Arma was on Antistasi. But I've been playing Antistasi for like Arma 3 for a long time. El Che Simulator, yeah. And this idea that has been chewing in my brain is the liberation of Locke. So during the end of the Mezzer era, Locke seems to have been still under the control of a Mezzer dictator, and the UEE seemed to not have enough power. The new UEE didn't see enough power to really stop them. And so these rebels on Locke had to eventually overthrow the dictator and restore their own government. And they did so through the use of Castak Arms. Castak Arms was one of the only companies that was able to sell them weapons. So on the flag of Locke is actually a Karna. They put a Karna on the flag of Locke as a thank you for them selling them the weapons they could get for their freedom. And that flag hangs in the Castak Arms main hallway, or its main like entryway, because they were given to by the people of Locke as a thank you for what they did. And that idea stuck in my head is, what if you and some friends could play those Locke rebels? Mini story here and there, maybe a couple cutscenes, missions, but in Arena Commander, you start off with nothing but clothing and some basic weapons, and you have to either scavenge, build, or buy the weapons and material you need to eventually overthrow an entire planet. That's awesome, like the AK Mozambique flag. It's exactly based off of that, yeah. Yeah, Drewski's on the size videos are great.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday.
Ramsey just got a sub from C0FF33 Gaming. C0FF33 Gaming gifted a tier 1 sub to Ramsey. They have given 52 gift subs in the channel.
They're gifting that sub there to Ramsey there. You're both very important puppers, very impressive for any protections. You rock. Trust and cheers, chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. So, how that first? Well, the idea is this: you could do this as a mode in Arena Commander. The key you'd have to be able to save it and like continue it in a private, kind of as like a private match, which isn't available in Arena Commander. But that's just one idea that I'm just like, that would be cool as fuck. That would make people want to play Arena Commander if you turned it into this sort of simulator miniature version of the verse for very specific scenarios that people could play with their friends or by themselves. PvE, PvP, doesn't matter. And And then use all the tools that they develop for Star Citizen for that. Because again, that would be cool. And I feel like that would get a lot of traction and intrigue from people, especially when eventually people learn how to mod Star Citizen. Theaters of War 2 Electric Boogaloo. I mean, that's kind of what Arena Commander's become. Like, I joke that Theaters of War is dead, long live Arena Commander, because it's just Theaters of War. That was the idea. SDK is coming, but how will that work with server meshing? SDK. Just an instance private system? Remind me what SDK is? My brain is blanking on that. PvP needs to be punished harder so in the PU so people will be punished to the AC. No, they just need to make a place where actually PvP makes sense. It's Pyro, but they don't have the resources or time to actually make Pyro worthwhile. Software development kit? Okay. How else? So the SDK will eventually come out, but CIG is going to release an SDK well after fans create their own SDK. When Squadron 42 comes out, if it is in fact just Star Citizen offline, which is what CIG seems to imply, because it uses the same engine, it probably doesn't have all the same assets as Star Citizen, but you should be able to import assets from Star Citizen into Squadron. You're going to have mods for Squadron as a result, because it's not an online game. So people will mod in, change your gladiator to an anvil or to an arrow, or gladiator to gladius to an arrow, that kind of thing. So like you'll be able to change things around in Squadron 42, and conversely, you should be able to import assets directly into Squadron from Star Citizen, so you could import like star systems. Think Red Dead Redemption 2 and what is it called? Red M, GTA 5 and 5M. Like those sorts of personalized reverse engineered. Those are basically the single player versions of Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5, but they've been reverse engineered to become multiplayer capable. It's because both of those games is multiplayer and the single player are basically the same game, but you can't really get the single player or the multiplayer stuff done, but you can get the single player. Change your Gladius to do T65. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the SDK is a stretch goal. So what's likely going to happen, if there's enough interest and players talented enough, is someone is going to rip the assets from Star Citizen and find a way to import them into Squadron to create Star M, a personal universe for the small number of people. Now, it's never going to be as big as the Star Citizen universe is, because it won't have any of the net code that comes with Star Citizen. But they'll hack something together to get like 100 or so people into the game. When can I buy your book? When I finish it. It's not done yet. You need a monthly update on your book? I'm on... Look it up. 1, 2. I'm on chapter 10. It's probably 20 chapters, so I'm about halfway through. But that's, halfway through the first draft. There are missing parts here and there. Some chapters aren't fully finished yet. So yeah, it's working. I just need to actually sit down and work on it more than I have. What's your hot prediction for Squadron 54? 2032. Can I give you a synopsis? Sure. Again, some of you already know that I've been writing a book for the last year or last half a year or so. I have a elevator pitch, and I'll read it out loud. Not Star Citizen related, so. A colony ship filled with refugees and veterans of the last solar war completes a perilous millennia-long journey to a new world, only to find it changed in weird and seemingly impossible ways. The colony's hope rides on the shoulders of 6 pilots of mechanized armor suits called walkers, who overcome these strange, powerful forces, all while navigating their own internal struggle to mend the wounds and bridge the gaps still present after the last war. That's the gist of it. No, but really, actual Star Citizen 142. I'm guessing it's probably going to be announced at Gamescom. They'll probably have a playable demo on the floor of Gamescom. And no, I don't think it's going to be player ready. I think it's just they're going to be managing it quite intensely for people who are playing it. It's just going to be the first mission we saw in 2 years ago. And then we'll from there we'll see the announcement date is probably going to be anywhere between February and May of next year. They already have a Gamescom booth already. They announced they're going to Gamescom. They also announced they're going to PAX East and TwitchCon, but they haven't mentioned if they had a booth or not. Which ship would you pick if you were to pick one for each size category of the above criteria? So let's say you wanted to pick a single ship to purchase and try to do as much as possible with. Aurora Mark II. You're talking about medium ship, the Cutlass. Large ship would be the Asgard. And capital ship would be the... probably Kraken. Star Citizen is prime for serious RP. They just need that ability to whitelist for protection, which would be someone would have to actually build a background netcode for based off of what they have from Squad 42. Asgard is a medium, then Asgard's really large, but then a Corsair for large. Hi everyone, I'm uninstalling Star Miner. I'm too old. Is I've heard about Star Miner. Is it good or is it just complicated? Just complicated. Corsair's a medium? Then in that case, isn't a Connie a medium then too? Because it's the same length as a Connie. Nah, I wouldn't pick a Galaxy. 'Cause I played it. It needs more depth. Well, that sucks. Isn't it releasing in early access though? Is that one of the reasons why? That's funny because Connie is considered a large ship. You're talking about hangar size, is what you're talking about. You're talking about a small, medium, and large hangar. Then 600i. I think that's a large hangar. CIG doesn't even go by hangar size because CIG has like 8 different classifications for hangar sizes. Size 0, size 1, size 2, size 3, size 4, size 5, size 6. This might be 6. 6 or 7. Oh, so it is in early access. Okay. Surprised you didn't pick more ships with medium beds. The only pick was a Kraken with med beds. Why would you need a med bed? There's no ships that are small that have med beds that are like utility craft. Yeah, you can get like the Pisces Rescue, but why? All you can do is med in there. You can't cargo haul with it. You can't salvage with it. At least with a Aurora Mark II, you can get a cargo module in game, and then use that cargo module to like carry more stuff, which means you can hand salvage and hand mine. And a Cuddy is just really good for what it needs to do. You can buy ships in game for or vehicles in game for mining to get more mining out of it. You can mine, you can haul, you can combat, all that kind of stuff. And then, since there's no real large, it's only capitals, it would be the there's only 3 if that's the classification. The closest would be a Clipper. Clipper might be a good idea, but Clipper isn't a very good combat ship. Sea Arrow is perfect for bunkers. Yeah, but it's only good for one type of gameplay. The question is more of like to try to do as much as possible. Carrack Galaxy Large. There's only like 3 ships that are large then. The Carrack, the Galaxy, the Hammerhead, and the Tiburon. Tiburon is just like Hammerhead with a laser on it. Oh, and the Perseus, because the Perseus is also large. I guess if I had to choose one of those, I'd probably pick the Perseus. The Asgard is a large, so is the Connie, so is the Corsair. All of those are large ships, but they give you medium hangars rather than large hangars. Thoughts on the haptic feedback coming to Star Citizen API? I have no thoughts on this. I'm sure Sylvan is very happy. Oh, if 600 high is large, then it'll be 600 high. I get it from a gameplay balance perspective, but from like a considered design perspective, once any ship is proven to be able to support medbed functionality, why would you ever make any kind of warship without it? Because of power and resources. You also got to consider the role of a ship. Like, why would you want a medbed in a ship that's designed to patrol, like, just inside civilized space? You're always within a couple of minutes from medbays. You can always stabilize people if you need to, and you can always, like, medbed at a or imprint on a station nearby. It's not that much of an issue. Besides, even in the verse, like in logic verse, imprinting is incredibly expensive. Like doing regen is an extremely expensive proposition. That's like saying, why doesn't every single warship in the in every navy have a full surgical suite? Because you don't need a full surgical suite. At most, you need a doctor with some bandages. By that logic, police officers shouldn't have first aid kits. What do you mean? You can carry a first aid kit on your person. Even in Star Citizen, you can have a first aid kit on your person. We're not saying like a medbed isn't like a first aid kit. A medbed is like a fucking surgical suite or like a clinic. Dollars worth more than lives. It's always the case. Are you kidding me? Especially in the Star Citizen universe. Yeah, money is worth a lot more than your life. How much is your life worth to you? Life. How much is your life worth to you? How much is your life worth to you? That's the question. Yes, and medbed is common equipment. No, it's not. Medbed is not common equipment. Whoever told you that was feeding you bullshit. Medbed is an incredibly complex process that is portable, but requires power, it requires resources. You just think it's common because it's required for fixing up your wounds long term. But unless you're in a distant, far-off place, you're always near a clinic or hospital. That's like, why would you have a surgical kit, a full surgeon's pack, or like a full crash kit, like those big bags that paramedics sometimes carry? It's like, why wouldn't everyone have one of those in their cars? You know, because why the fuck would you need saline solution for your first aid kit? Wound cleaning. You plan on getting into a firefight on a daily basis, knowledge? See, as you could have a multi-tool attachment with nano bandages. They do. There's a multi-tool attachment that is basically a healing tool that you can get, and it turns your multi-tool into a healing gun that you can heal somebody else or yourself with. Why wouldn't I want that on the same thing on my 600i? The 600i will have a med bed. The 600i Explorer version does have a med bed. It's just not in there yet. It's the rework. You have a full crash like paramedic kit that you just keep in your car? That's kind of insane knowledge. I mean, knowing you, that is actually on brand. Not a medical kit. I mean, like a full, the ones that their paramedics keep in their the ambulances and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, okay, that's not fair. She's a nurse. If your wife's a nurse, that makes sense because you have the skills and the techniques for it. And I know you have the personal experience enough to know how to do that kind of thing. But most people don't have those things because they don't have that experience and the training. I have light versions of that training, but not nearly as much as a medic would have. To be fair, we were required to carry that by law everywhere you go, or just in your vehicles. I keep one in my car, but I also have PTSD. That's one of the reasons why I thought Knowledge has it, because he was in the Marines. I fully expect most soldiers to have some insane levels of medical kits somewhere on their person or in near them at all times. My father-in-law does, but he also is as a sheriff, a county sheriff, so like he kind of has to have those. A lot of crayon eaters in the chat. Good to hear. Oh, it was a long time ago, Jaded? Okay, that's good. Just my favorite color. I don't know what it says that I've got a lot of Marine fans. This is the wrong crowd to say, do you need to carry that? My point is, it doesn't come standard with your vehicle. You have to purchase it and know what you're doing with it. And that's kind of what a med bed is in Star Citizen. Is it's sort of an advanced piece of kit that, in theory, you kind of got to know what to do with it. It does have its own automated service that can fix things, but it requires tooling and other things like that. Do not buy a med kit unless you know what you're doing, Shady Face. That's the thing. Like, if you've never run an IV before, don't buy anything that uses IVs because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Always, and this goes out for everyone, from your friendly teacher here to you, if you have a chance to go get certified in first aid and more advanced techniques, go do it. You'll never know when it's useful. It also unlocks opportunities you may not realize. One of the reasons why I got my first job teaching is because I was fully first aid certified. Because I had to be because of my my job when I was younger, working as a scout. So, Red Cross, CPR, first aid, and a couple other things. And that means that they didn't have to pay for me to get certified through those processes. Oh, iodine tablets knowledge? Yeah. What other badges do you have? A lot. I have a lot of merit badges. At least get CPR AED certified. AEDs are the easiest things to use, and getting certified is very important for them because almost every public place has an AED somewhere. So it's it really goddamn near is idiot proof to use an AED. But you know, CPR is very important to use as well. And I can tell you that the difference between someone starting CPR at the scene of an accident, even if it's not really necessary, for at least a few minutes before ambulances or emergency services arrive, can literally mean life or death. Someone doing CPR very quickly after an accident is any kind of a situation can mean, because it's just like only a couple of minutes of loss of airflow to the brain can kill you or create severe brain damage for the rest of your life. So just getting certified is good for you to save other people. It's good for your community. It's good for your resume because, again, you never know who can get hired for it. And it's a great thing to say to tell people if you're looking for a partner. I'm just saying, you can brag about it. Because not everyone is, which is a sad thing, but... Yeah, great for your family also, yeah. My name to you is also Joe. It felt like us meeting an anti-vax doctor, like, what? Oh yeah, if you have kids, you should get CPR certified, especially because they teach you how to do, well, it's the first aid kit. The first aid course I used to take was the one that taught you to do the Heimlich, especially with babies. Like they had a specific baby model they would bring out, and you practice doing the Heimlich for the baby version of the Heimlich to clear the airways and stuff like that. Can't be that hard. Combat Lifesaver is 1 week course once a year. CPR training is like 4 hours in a day. First aid training is, I think at most the first aid training I did for Red Cross was, I think, a full day. It might have been 2 days, but it was like 2 days stretched over 6 hours. It's really not that difficult. Most of it is pretty simple, but you'll learn some interesting things. Like they'll teach you a little bit about the legal aspects of giving first aid and, you know, CPR. They give you some training, that kind of stuff. Yeah, ADs literally yell directions at you. The only thing that the training teaches you is that it exists and you should use them. And what they look like. Because a lot of people don't know what they look like. Because they don't know that an AED is a defibrillator. So it's the clear thing. They also show you where to put the patches, the patches, which like here and here. So like you can surround the heart. I watched Grey's Anatomy with one of my exes. I think I know what I'm doing. Yes, rescue breaths are back. It's more of a do it if you have to, but make sure that you're clearing the airway. It used to be they said don't do it, and then they said it's better to do it badly than it is to not do it. IED, you said, exactly. Isn't it also the training tell you when to use the AED? Yeah, generally speaking. The thing is that the AED will tell you if it should be used or not. So if you have an AED, use it, because once you've attached everything, the AED will say, this person isn't defibrillating, start CPR. And in fact, a lot of the AEDs will actually tell you to do CPR, and then they'll say pause, step away, and then they'll shock, and then they'll continue to tell you resume CPR. So it's actually an instruction. It's a voice instruction that has a sensor built in that tells you if a heart is defibrillating or not. a good AED should be used or not. Yeah, they've come a long way. They're a lot better now. I think the standard ones are pretty small and pretty effective for it. Did you choose your voice? No. My wife made me take CPR for healthcare professionals when she became a BSN, so she's had an extra pair of hands when stuff hits the fan. It's worth it. Yeah. Stand back, motherfucker. It tells you what to do. It's an AI paramedic. Yeah, but it's been around since before AI was a thing. But it's effectively an AI paramedic. You get one of the older models that didn't have that function in my office in 2019. They don't make them anymore, and a lot of the models are beyond, like, because the batteries inside of them are usually not good for a super long time. So you can't like just replace the batteries in AED. You have to like replace the whole thing. Look at Knowledge here. He's got ammo money. Big spender man. Question, are you choking? If they can speak, it's not a full obstruction. So don't do the Heimlich. If they're gasping and you hear wheezing again, don't essentially punch them in the abs. Yeah. The Heimlich is different. The Heimlich is taught for the first aid course. CPR is its own specific thing. $22 cal is still cheap. It's a meme, Saint Deckard. These days, you can easily replace the batteries, roughly every five years. Remember, the early ones were basically built-in batteries that would run out, and you couldn't, like, you could replace the batteries, but it may not work properly or whatever. I love how our conversations can get way off the beaten path of this sort of thing. My point still stands, though. When you're looking at Star Citizen equivalents, a med bed, even a basic med bed, is basically an ambulance. And so everything you would have in an ambulance is connected to the med bed. So in a place where you wouldn't need an ambulance, why would you have an ambulance? There is one exception to that, which is the Perseus, but I think that has more to do with the fact that it's supposed to be a short-range patrol ship, not a long-range patrol ship. Bring up that bed. No, that's a good point. I get the idea behind, the question of, like, why wouldn't we use med beds everywhere? And the answer is, like, even now, for instance, we don't have power going to the med beds. Eventually, you'll need to power the med beds. You'll need power. You'll need it'll generate heat, so you'll need to be able to cool them. You'll need resources, which you already do, which are like, 1,000 credits a piece for the med. The med gel. My argument is that it's not really an ambulance, it's a force motor product. Incident reinforcements. But you're not spawning people out of it. You're bringing people in. You're taking people. If you're doing regen, for instance, you're bringing people back. And we also don't know what consequences regen will have. In the near future, CIG may add a debuff to regen, so you have a small window where you are weaker or stumbling, or you have some problems being able to function with regen. The Perseus does predate the medbed, but most ships in the verse predate the medbed. The medbed was only developed in the 30th century. There were surgical suites before that, but they were very special and specialized surgical suites, requiring doctors to use them. The medbed, the Biocorp medbed, is the first autonomous auto dock sort of system to be developed that is portable enough to put into ships. For the Percy, it's the opposing teammate as the ambulance. Call an ambulance, but not for me. It's 100,000 per gel container, yeah, so it's very expensive. Auto surgeon back then. It's called an auto dock in the universe. Its official name is the Biocorp Auto Dock or Auto Doctor. It doesn't mean it has room and hookups for whenever a quantum entangling receiver is needed. Yep. Plus, the power requirements to run an auto dock I'm sure is more significant, and probably that's why it has specialized ships that are the smaller ships are specially designed for them, or modifications for them. Yeah, but yeah, the last thing I'll say is look at the issues PvPers complained about with respawn and contested areas. I do think that that's going to cause things like debuffs on respawn. You're going to have some sort of, because you have respawn sickness and respawn res sickness in like every MMO. When you die and you come back, you have some sort of debuff that's applied. Remember, the game itself is not finished yet. And a lot of the features that CIG has wanted to add, the writers have wanted to add with regen, things like memory loss, significant impairment, cognitive impairment, usually temporary, even things like losing your limbs, so like regenning without the ability to use an arm or leg, that sort of thing isn't implemented into the game yet, and may never be, but those were ideas, narrative ideas they want to do. Yeah, they're also going to inject a limit of how many respawns you have. What I personally would love to see is blurry vision, similar to drug overdoses currently in the game, where you kind of blurry and you kind of stumble around. I'd also like random stoppings and vomiting. So you just stop and kind of thing as sort of a significant, like it's showing you the trauma, the physical version of the trauma of you being reborn in a new body. And you have some sort of timer or some sort of thing that indicates you will be experiencing this for this many hours or this many minutes, and the determination of that timer is simply just an algorithm based off of how far you were away from your regen point, the time upon which you last imprinted, and that'll just sort of, they could probably just set up like this amount of time for this distance and this amount of time for this time, you know, and then add those together for the full time for your full consequences. Vomit in a helmet? Yeah. Well, you're usually not respawning with a helmet on. That's the other thing you got to remember is that right now we respawn with all of our kit. In the near future, not 4.9, but possibly 4.10 or sooner, 4.10 or around then, is when you're going to respawn with nothing. You'll respawn naked. So you won't have your gear. You'll have to go back to your home hangar and then hit reclaim, and then have a timer for your stuff to come back. And when it comes back, you have to pull it out of the cargo elevator. So you'll have to have a reclaim timer for that as well. Yeah, they have to have a working game to respond with nothing, but it's still part of the plan. The question is, like, how do you balance it with, like, people just constantly rushing in with, like, contested zones and stuff like that? And that's how you balance it. You balance it with consequences upon regen and, of course, respawning naked so that you can't just yeet yourself, even if you are stumbling around, back into a fight because you have to get stuff. You lost all your gear. Game breaks too often to blame the player for equipment loss. Well, I mean, they can do it in a way that's free for testing purposes. Like, you lose it, but you'll get it back. You just have to go to a location and give it back to me. Once you've said, I'm going to ensure this loadout. So that way it's not like a cost thing. It's just a time thing. Yeah, eventually you can make it a credit sync. Yeah, we used to respawn with the med gown. Lose everything. That used to be a thing we did all the time. We dealt with it. If you slowly bleed out, it's easier to adjust, but if your last memory was being dismembered by a Valakar, you're going to need a few minutes and a coffee to get your shit back together. What worries me is that people are going to lose things they actually paid for with actual money now. I don't trust CIG to handle that well. How new are you to the game, Friar? Because that used to be the standard that CIG would do, is to be like, wait till next patch when your shit comes back, which is gone forever. And they already have a system for that now, where you can go to your home hangar and reclaim lost items. Yeah, I already done that with ships. Ships lost in the hangar already. You get for free. Yep. They made a huge mistake selling anything other than cosmetics and knickknacks. It's the only way this game was ever going to be made. Yeah, that shut doesn't work. What do you mean the shut doesn't work? Going to your home hangar and doing the reclaim? I haven't seen it not work. Unless there's some big problem with it. If you paid for store item, claim it in your home hangar. Yeah, you can do that right now. You just have to go to your home hangar to do it. So whatever your home is. Hell, what I've been finding is that it's actually a problem because people are just reclaiming their kits. So they're reclaiming their like K and M kits or K and T kits for the Idrises so they can just get them back. It's not worked for me several times. In your home hangar? Well, your fabricator isn't a paid for item, Shinobi. It's a gift. It's an item you got for achieving something, right? That's a little different. Yeah, docking's fucked. I don't know. Writing was on the wall a long time ago that Tech was going to destroy this game. It's rearing its ugly head majorly the past year. I don't think that this is necessarily tech debt. I think this is more of a problem with CIG expanding their back end and ripping out old systems to put in new systems. I don't know if you can get your weapons and armor back yet. I think you can get your ship stuff back with a claim thing, but I don't think you can get weapons and armor back. It's tech debt. They need server mesh, instancing, and more servers. They have server mesh. They're working on instancing. That's not tech debt. Tech debt is when you add stuff using an old system that isn't compatible, and so you have to go back and fix that over time. Dynamic server mesh, the real one. Dynamic server mesh isn't tech debt, that's just tech development. It just paints. So that's why it wasn't working for you there, Friar, because it's not working like that. It only works for ships. Your armor and weapons are still available if you had them on you when you die. You'll get them back. Just don't put them in your backpack. Tech debt is needing to implement tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, etc., salvaging, mining, medical exploration, and so on, while making them work together while not destroying the code references. Yeah. The problem is that right now what they're dealing with is they're working on legacy. They still have legacy systems that they haven't updated to the new stuff yet, and so they have to eventually fix that. But usually tech debt is a problem because it's an old system that needs updating or maintenance. And what CIG's problem is the legacy systems need to be replaced, and they just haven't replaced them yet. We're at tier 0 of everything, and implementing anything has been breaking adjacent gameplay and code. We're not tier 0 everything. We're higher tiers for certain things, but tier 0 everything. That's a exaggeration. Remember they said that dynamic server meshing won't take as long as server meshing did? Server meshing took fucking 12 years. I don't think it's going to take 12 years for dynamic server meshing. Nah. Mining is at tier 1 or tier 2 by now. Salvage is probably around the same. Combat is definitely at higher tiers, do you think? What's tier 0 exploration? Go out and find thing. Get in ship, fly to place, land ship at place, look around. Tier 0. You think they had ship refining this year? Possibly. I think it's another thing to put into perspective when we talk about tech debt as well. Is that Star Citizen is an alpha. It's not a released game. And the problem isn't necessarily we need to fix these systems. It's we need to implement these systems, which they haven't done yet. Now, is that going to fix all their problems? No. They'll probably have tech debt still even at 1.0. But as always, whenever Star Citizen experiences a problem, the community tends to run towards tech debt because it sounds fancy and that's a word they just learned, 10 minutes ago. Even if people who are more experienced, and I'm assuming many of you are more experienced because we've got a lot of coders and content or people who make actual applications and work in tech and that kind of stuff. People still forget that this is an alpha. Let's just add everything and let the shit show set it live and fix everything anytime they add things breaks. I agree with you, Chops. I'm of the opinion of just release everything. I too am of not happy with the trajectory that CIG is moving in terms of how they make the game, because I've always felt like making content while you're making the game is just going to make content irrelevant once you finish the fucking game. And that's been the problem. CIG will make new content, and then that content breaks or is left behind because it doesn't fit with the new model of the new features coming in. Back to our very early conversation tonight about how CIG doesn't know how to classify their own basic gameplay yet. Small recap on that one. I'm a fan of BattleTech and MechWarrior. MechWarrior has a fantastic classification system for its mechs. Light, medium, heavy, and assault mechs. Each of them have a weight range. Those weight ranges puts them into a specific category. They're arbitrary, but you can tell the difference between a light, a medium, and a heavy based off of usually their size and their mass. So that determines what classification those mechs are in, and then there are sub-classifications that give them specific roles to do that. ECM, Brawler, so on and so forth. So you can get a light mech that does specific things, but a light mech is going to get absolutely punched in the dick by an assault mech. But if you have 5 light mechs, that assault mech is going to have a harder time to deal with light mechs because it's bigger, it's heavier, it's slower, and it doesn't turn as much. So you can have light mechs which will literally run circles around the heavier mech and rip its armor off and kill it. So basically, the bigger it is, the slower it is, because the more armor it has. The smaller it is, the faster it is, but it has less armor and less weapons. So it's a scale, but it's not a dynamic. It's not a scale where if I have assault mech and I'm facing light mech, I win. Because a well-piloted light mech can still fuck the shit out of you. CIG has no idea about what the difference is between a light, a medium, and a heavy fighter. They don't know this, and this is basic shit. This is shit they should have had an understanding for in terms of gameplay on day one, but they don't, because they didn't really think about it. They were thinking about it in vague concepts of what the universe was going to be like, and not like actual gameplay. It's one of the reasons why 1.0, the presentation for 1.0, for me, and I think for a lot of people, felt great, because it actually seemed like a direction they were going to go in. Even if you didn't necessarily agree with the direction they're going in, at least it was a fucking direction. CIG has an identity crisis. Players think it's a minimalist sandbox in space. Devs thinks it's an ad for a pledge store. I don't think that's the case. I'm about to reinstall X4 on a side note. 9.0 came out as huge. Yeah, the Empire's update. I heard John Pritchard had an idea, but he clearly bumped the wrong heads for some people. There's no classification system that what defines a light versus a medium versus a heavy. There is no easily identifiable classification. I suggested one many years ago, which is component size. Depending on what size components you can put into the ship will determine its weight. If it's all size 1s, then it's a light. If it has at least one size 2, it's a medium. And if it has multiple size 2s, then it's a heavy. Then you can balance around that, because size 2s can be different things. It can be a quantum drive, it can be a power plant, it can be a shield generator, in terms of like internal components. And that will also determine the amount of weapons that each of the types of ships can hold, which will then balance around the whole what can it do. Heavier fighters should be slower and harder to maneuver. Lighter fighters should be better to maneuver, but less likely to have armor. That kind of thing. That doesn't fucking work like that. the blueprint system is great, but the blueprint system was a concept that was created by CIG. Welcome everyone from Meg Stream. My name is Paul Berserker One Batman Show. Your host of the Space Bar here. And the Astropub, your Space Bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, share the show, get a good one for you. Extra small. We're talking about CIG's problem with classifications. And I asked you all this chat as well from Yo-Yo Make Stream. Between what is the difference between a light, a medium, and a heavy fighter in Star Citizen? What makes a light versus a medium? Or the difference between a medium and a heavy? And I'll give you an example. What makes a Hurricane a heavy fighter, but a Super Hornet a medium fighter? What makes a Buccaneer a medium fighter, but it's a good example of this, a Talon a light fighter? What would you said before an M80? The M80. Light works, medium mostly works. If you're good enough, heavy doesn't work. Buck's a medium. Unless they reclassified it as a light again, it's a medium. The medium interceptor. Yeah. It used to be a light, and they reclassified it as a medium. I do like the idea of it being based off of component size or power plant size. That would make sense to me too. Power plants. Wiki has it wrong then, because they called it a medium in their rebalances during the what was it? The one that everyone hated. Master modes. In master modes, they reclassified it as a medium. Trust me, I know it was sold as a light fighter. It's not a light fighter. So Echo, in your definition, the light, medium, and heavy is based off its armor classification, not how armored it is versus not its anything else. Snubs are in the light category, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I constantly look at Mech Warrior as an example, as a good basis for it, because in Mech Warrior, you can have like assault mechs which don't have a lot of weapons, but holy fuck, are they filled with armor? And you can have light mechs that have tons of weapons, but they can't handle the heat because you can't attach enough heat sinks to them. And they're all classified based off of weight. I've been wondering this for a while. I thought they were using visual size. The problem about light, medium, and heavy fighters is that light, medium, and heavy fighters all fit on small hangars. I think maybe heavy fighters fit on medium hangars, but there are some. The size of the Scorpius, for instance, is the same footprint as a Hornet. You can put a Scorpius in the same pad as a Hornet can. You can fit a Scorpius in a Polaris hangar, and you can fit a Hornet in a Polaris hangar. But one of them is a medium, one of them is a long. So like the pad size doesn't matter either. I like this talk because it's real life. Each ship has its own role, so there aren't enough categories to actually categorize the ships. There are, though. Because this is an issue of balance and an issue of like understanding gameplay. Because when you have light, medium, and heavy fighters, each of those fighters can have their own role within their wider classification. Interceptor versus dogfighter versus multi-role, all sorts of things, which will determine what they can do. But the classification can help balance things like armor, power, those sorts of things. So you actually have a classification system where someone could easily go, oh, this is a medium fighter. I get it because it has a size 2 power plant and it has this much armor. That classifies it as a medium. You could easily do that, but they don't. Yeah, like Ares is an anti-capital heavy. In that theory, you could do an anti-capital medium ship, or even an anti-capital light. They might be dog shit, but you could do them. Like there are brawler mechs that are light mechs, like the Commando is a brawler mech. It gets its fucking shit punched in if you're trying to go against much bigger mechs, but it can brawl against lights and mediums. It's designed to get into the face and hit missiles and lasers on people. Also, why not just do heavy and light fighters and get rid of medium fighters altogether? Well, that's the problem, is that CIG doesn't have any classification system that makes any goddamn sense. But see, under that Panther, yeah. It's a great example of a light mech that can punch way above its weight class. That PPC can fuck people up if you're not careful. An anti-capital light ship is the projectile. Well, like Moo was saying, the Panther mech, Mech Warrior, it has a PPC usually built into it. And a PPC is a long-range weapon that can do a lot of damage to a mech if it hits, like disproportionately large damage. And you can kill like an assault mech with a PPC in a couple of rounds if you're accurate enough. But it's very light and squishy, so if he gets up close, that PPC is pointless because it's a damage fall-off situation. But again, my point being, they established a ratio and then stuck to it. Like, for instance, using the getting rid of mediums, going light, heavy, super heavy, and capital. Or light, medium, heavy, super heavy, and capital. You could do that sort of thing, where a super heavy, in terms of classification, is anything that is above like a paladin and above. And then you do a capital, or some other classifications beyond that. Like you can even have fighter is a denomination. It's like a specific label, like brawler or anything else like that. A fighter. So you can have light, medium, heavy, or like micro light, heavy, medium, heavy, super heavy, capital. And then have the specific designations of fighter, interceptor, so on and so forth. It's more role-based: fighter, escort, assault, and superiority. Yeah, but those roles can be applied to anything. You can have an escort light fighter. You can also have an escort medium or heavy fighter. I thought it was light, medium, heavy gunship. And then there's also above gunship, but below capital. So the question would be, does CIG have any shipped in the wrong classifications in their very own system? Yes. There's a reason why we call the ship matrix the matrix of lies, because it's lies. There's so many misclassifications in there, because it would take so much effort and time to go through and fix everything that by the time you actually did it, it would be changed again, because CIG changes their mind every fucking minute. So... like medium fighter, anti-light, or large gunship, anti-large. Exactly. Something like, that's what Total War. That's the Total War classification, which works as well. See, Echo, what you were just saying about the Arrow and a Hornet both have size 3 guns. The Arrow light has no protection against size 3. Hornet medium has some, and Guardian, his heavy, can resist most size 3 weapons. That is more thought and balance into the system than CIG has done. And the problem on top of all of this is that, as Don Mega is pointing out, they're releasing new ships without a full classification system. So inevitably, when they actually get around to doing something like this, because they're going to have to do it, they tried it with master modes and it didn't work because nobody liked it. When they eventually get around to doing this and start making it more frequently, there are going to be ships which are miscategorized or completely change their roles than people have been using them for, because they need to be balanced towards all the other ships in terms of combat, in terms of usage. This is mostly an issue when it comes to combat versus anything else. But that's my point, is that at the end of the day, it feels like CIG doesn't have an understanding of their own game. Like if you sat down with someone other than Chris Roberts and asked them to explain in detail the balance issues or like what each ship is supposed to do in the classification system they do, I guarantee you anyone from any team would probably not have a goddamn clue, because we don't know. And if we keep making our own fucking reasons, then they do as well. And the fact that they can't sit down and lay out an actual framework for it tells me that they don't want to, because they would rather just sell the dream. That's the problem. At the end of the day, they'll eventually have to do it, because eventually they'll have to release a 1.0 game. I know people say, but you know. I blame Chris Roberts for the confusion. I mean, I do too, because he's the captain of the ship, so he gets blamed for the rudderlessness. But yeah. Lol, he thinks it's going to be a 1.0. There'll be a 1.0, because when you release a 1.0, you're going to see a lot of money come in. And when money comes in large batches, a lot of attention happens, then investors go, more money. We see you are doing well. Here's more money. The ugly truth about Star Citizen is that I do believe that the people who work on CIG, at CIG, and most of the people who are doing the actual day-to-day work truly believe in the game. And I think most of management truly believes in this game as well. But a lot of decisions are not made in the context of make more money, because, as I said, Chris Roberts is not sitting there going, yes, more money for my cocaine yacht parties with Brazilian hookers. Like, this is not what he's doing. What he's doing is doing everything he can to try to get money and also attention so that he can turn to the board members who don't pay attention to the Star Citizen day to day and just pay attention to what's going on to say, look how much money we've made from this month. And them going, wow, you must be doing really well. Here's more money. I would like to invest further into this franchise because I feel like I could make more money off of this in the long run. And that might sound a little cynical, but that's exactly the reason why, for instance, Elder Scrolls 6 was announced the same time they announced Starfield, because Bethesda knew they were going to be sold to Microsoft because Microsoft was in talks with selling them. So they wanted to juice the ever-living shit out of their value so that Microsoft would have to pay more. And it worked. Bungie did the same thing with Sony. It's a common tactic amongst video game developers. And I'm like, oh, if this is super common with people, maybe CIG has done it. And I can almost guarantee you that every single time there has been a major boost in revenue corresponds with the private investors who are part of the board doubling down on their investment. So what people think are decisions that are made for purely profit-driven reasons, as if like CIG is some hungry monster that must consume your money for ships so that they can, have, champagne parties. No, it's almost certainly more capitalistic. I disagree. I think he's overextended his expenses and is getting cut short on capital. That would make sense if he was also not getting major buy-ins and share buys from investors. All right, I'm going to deny that one, Saint Daikun. I know what you were trying to say, but yeah, it's not funny. I don't think they're incompetent enough to waste all the billions of dollars. Yeah. I like I said, I've said this many times. CIG is not your friend. They are a corporation, a company. Their sole job is to self-perpetuate themselves. I believe that the people who work at CIG, and I think most of the management at CIG, is well-meaning enough that they want to do something cool, and they have the backing and the money, and they have the enthusiasm, and they see players really excited about it, and they're people. They want to work on it too. There's a lot of people who work at CIG who are fans who then became developers. So it's there. I just think that a lot of the problems we have stem from the fact that they're panicked about making sure that they have enough money to survive month to month, year to year. And so there is nothing that CIG won't do to self-preserve itself. Was there any talk about investing within Star Citizen at the TDD? What do you mean investing within Star Citizen? Buy stocks at the TDD? No. If the game is only PU, but with the existence of Squadron, I don't think he's running out of money. No. But because there is that we owe this amount of money to these investors by a certain point, and as someone pointed, the tax credits are going to run out soon, there is definitely a pressure to release something, which is one of the reasons why Squadron is coming out. Not coming out in 2026, because it's probably delayed, but it's coming out. So when people go, it's not coming out until for 3 years, blah, blah, blah. No, because the pressures are going to push them in, whether we like it or not. And the same pressures are going to push a 1.0 Star Citizen. That's probably the reason why they were even getting a 1.0 with what they had, is because they realized, fuck, we need to release a actual 1.0 release, even if it's a minimal viable product, to make sure that we meet some arbitrary need of investors or government requirements or something to keep them going. This is not an infinite money glitch that CIG can just continue to run the clock out forever. I'm not saying CIG is running out of money. On the contrary, look at their funding and you know that they're going to have the best year of funding they've ever had. It's more of a look at their behavior and look how their work, how it's functioning, and you can kind of see what's going on. Does this perhaps mean in-game features buying? Only if CIG is desperate enough. They tried doing that already, and they got fucking shit on for it, and they seem to have backed off from that a little bit. Oh, I'm sure server costs are astronomically high. Because, like, the cost for hardware is insane. And so the cost for server space is even higher. If that 1 hour demo is any indicator, most of the game is scripted environmental interactions. There isn't anything truly dynamic to the gameplay. It's all on rails. No, it's not. that is a hell of a take. No. Let me show you something else. It's not as flashy because it's older. But you probably didn't even know this existed. And I gotta call it a night. This was 8 years ago. I'm gonna skip through some parts, but we've already talked about this a little bit.
Actual, this is the UEES Stanton updating status. We are nearing our patrol position in Open.
I know it's been like a week, but someone said that they thought that Squadron 42 is just going to be linear on-rail, minimal environmental interactions, just point A to point B, no differentiation. And so I wanted to have to show this again. Because I think a lot of people didn't realize this was released 8 years ago. Because a lot of folks are newer. Not an open world, for sure. But to call it a linear with minor environmental interactions is a misunderstanding of how Squadron 42 was designed. So, this is the Stanton. And a large portions of the Stanton, when you're here, is stuff like this.
Food from the mess hall do a number in your stomach too?
Where you're walking around and talking with people. There are people you can form relationships with, learn more about them. You go to the mess line, mess hall, get food. There's a social aspect of the game. And so this is all free roam where you eventually go to your mission briefings. And if you're wondering, well, I don't understand this. Play Wing Commander. This is Wing Commander. This is what you did in Wing Commander. You walked around and talked with people until you got to your next mission.
Hello.
Are we sure Squadron 42 is coming out this year? No, it's coming out next year. I meant that all interactions are purely scripted. Yeah, that's what video games are. When you have a single-player video game, any person you talk to is scripted. That's like saying, you know, Red Dead Redemption is scripted. Yeah. But it's got open world elements.
Sir.
No, we're like this is an
Example
example.
about the combat you saw during your last mission.
What
This is like one person you can talk to, that kind of stuff. So like
about it?
Well, it's kind of funny. I'm a Marine, but I haven't actually seen any action yet. And here you are, a pilot, taking on outlaws face to face. Guess I'm just curious what it was like.
Oh god.
Super fun.
This has changed. The internal system, thought system sucked ass and it's still bad.
Just part of the job. I just try to focus on the task at hand and try to get through it without getting...
Instead of open world, this is an open hub game. Yeah, you have a hub, which will then sometimes spill into other missions and stuff like that.
myself or anyone else counting on me hurt.
But, okay.
Captain wants all personnel on battle shift rotation.
Notice how
Back to
they're wandering around. You have interactions with
Stanton
folks
here.
you can do with. Talking with folks. Eventually, you go to.
Those energy conduits are probably one of the more vital pieces of what we
of handling the situation. We've already dispatched the security forces, and I'm sure they'll find the Starfarer and...
You
we'll have
misunderstand me,
no-
Mr. Wexler. I wasn't seeking your approval on the matter. I was merely informing you of my intent out of courtesy. While your involvement is welcomed and strongly encouraged.
See this walk into a cutscene.
Our involvement, however.
Which then cuts into a mission briefing.
What's the word on scanner upgrades?
Just finishing, sir. We should be better able to handle the interference from the coil now.
Well done, Webb. Hopefully that'll help you find the too.
Talk with the captain a little bit.
Balance, a good choice for close quarters, but it does have a bit more.
Go to the armorer.
Good to see you again, Lieutenant. I'm looking for some new gear. What can I get for you?
This is for the
Combat
joke.
knife. Sure. Ultiflex Fisk 8. 1055 carbon steel blade. Simple, durable, effective. Is that all?
Get to the idea. Janitor. This has been an hour long, so I don't know if
Get
this.
just a few last tweaks. Hey, now that we've had a skirmish with the OMC and you've seen how they fly, you might want to make a few adjustments of your own.
Which just moves into cutscene. And apparently, according to the developer commentary over this, was that you'll be able to cancel out of these cutscenes and walk down and observe them in person rather than just looking at the cutscenes. So the cutscenes are basically optional, but they do play out in real time because they're all rendered in engine. Processing prisoners. Take off.
Baron Actual, Webb wanted to remind you to test out the scanner upgrades before you head out.
Still a mess, but gotta admit it's better.
Yeah. Dynamic gameplay is utilizing the environment, skills, or gadgets at a chance to opportunity counts in this. That's where this is going to come in. So this part is the patrol part. You're going to go through these parts to do some patrols. And there are elements where you go to these places and you talk with people to get the story going. And then eventually...
Starfarer still busy. We were hoping you might have heard something for you.
Hey, Colton, I was just gonna call you. What's going on?
You know Arkin Station?
The Shubin base, right?
Yeah, they got hit by the OMC.
They attacked the station? Directly? That place is huge.
We were able to stop them, but that's not why I calmed. They also hit one of Shubin's convoys earlier, and we have a Starfarer still busy. We were hoping you might have heard something.
No, nothing. I'll put word out and let you know if my people spot it.
Thanks.
Actually, you remember those slavers you dropped at the Asiedo hub? Turns out there are more, a lot more. They're marching to the base, and they have a pretty extensive scan array set up there, so they might have seen your lost ship. If you want, swing by and see if we can figure something out.
This is the setup for a side mission, and the rest of the story is a side mission where you have an option to go to the slaver base and figure out if you can get more information about your Starfarer. It'll give you a better chance of getting your Starfarer or not. But you got to go talk with... So you basically, at this point, you have the option to continue with the mission, go to a place, or go to the side mission. You get to the side mission, you figure out that the advocacy agent who was just calming there, she's gone. Her ship's been stripped and she's gone, so you have to go try to rescue her. And that's where you get into the interesting parts, what you're talking about. Her ship.
Got it. Head on back to your ship, kid. I'll take a look at what's on these files.
Approach. If I remember correctly from the developer commentary, there are multiple ways you can approach. So you can either approach it through these canyons so that you're not seen and then land. You can approach it direct on, but you're going to be a little bit more loud. So there's more options in how to achieve this goal. And then once you've landed, you then have multiple approaches to take. There are things like you can go through hidden areas to do more stealth ways. There are different approaches. The goal is save Agent Trejo. That's the goal. So you just have to get to Agent Trejo. How you get to Agent Trejo is entirely up to you. You can do physics puzzles. You can find an alternate route. You can try to go loud and just kick down the front door, that sort of thing. Yeah, that was the original idea, was that most of the missions and side missions have multiple routes you can take. So you can do things entirely stealth-wise, or you can be a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more confrontational, a combination of the two. You might be able to even have a situation where you've helped somebody out earlier and that person shows up in a mission and you can use that relationship to help you out if you've done like a side mission, stuff like that. Much like a Deus Ex game. I mean, you're seeing like this is a puzzle you can do to get the power back on so you can open the door that goes forward. Now, some of these parts are like scripted in the sense that you have to solve this puzzle to move forward, but not all the parts are. So like in this case, you're pulling the power out of the out of a system, then putting it back in. This is the stealth route. They kind of talked about this in the...
From the banner just came in. Higher than expected.
It's good, right?
And bad. The Navy cost us one job. Now there's this agent. Not sure where we're gonna make the numbers up.
We could hold off on the shipment to Gator. Use that stock for the Banyu.
Gator's not gonna like that.
Gator should pay on time then.
Yeah, you can skip that cutscene, just listen to them. Yeah, that's because that mission was literally your tutorial mission. It was the prologue. So it was sort of walking you through the process and telling you a specific story that you can't change. Gator don't play no ship, but Gator should pay on time. Now, this was 8 years ago, so it was a lot jankier.
Found the victims. Looks like they're prepping some more for cryo.
He got spotted. Now he has to fight his way out. This is before they had object containment. This is before 3.0, I believe, when this was created. And this is where they specifically demonstrated the stealth aspects. Right here, I think? You've seen this in the PU. Where there's this grate right here, right? You've seen these sorts of grates in the past where they open up. The idea being, you could have sneaked past it, got into this area, lost contact, and now they're searching for him, but he can do it more stealthily.
Come on, find him. Come on, find him. I lost him. Stay alert. You're here somewhere.
Now he's stuck in an MSR.
Lost him.
So yeah, I don't blame. I don't know who's, it was Don who's talking about this, but like this is one of those things that people just haven't seen this, so they don't know like this was the idea. They did this with a developer commentary as well, a developer commentary track, which explains all of their reasoning behind this. Maybe able to choose a more stealth appropriate loadout. Yeah. I think that was the idea, is that you'll be able to choose some changes to your loadout and depending on how you want to approach things and stuff like that. Because that was the whole point, is you go to the armor and you can request different things. Ah, Trejo.
Trejo. Hey, Trejo.
I was wondering when you decided to show up.
Yeah, we got a little sidetracked.
Better late than never. What do you say about getting me out of these things?
And they specifically say with this one, for instance.
Damn it.
With this,
Oh, you don't got any meds, do you?
you have a chance to give her meds. And if you don't give her meds, then she'll be weaker and there may be some consequences to that. But if you do give her meds, you will be without meds, possibly for the entire run, if you like maybe used up your meds during the combat scenes or anything like that, which means you'll be a weaker status, but she'll be stronger, kind of thing.
take back everything I ever said about you, Navy. Come on. I know what they did with my stuff. Idiots keyed in the code in front of
found
me.
Trejo. We're on the move.
Good work. Landing pad. We can evac her out of there.
Agent Trejo, Lieutenant Commander Colton
I'm
said...
not leaving till this is done.
Agent Trejo is insisting on helping clear the rest of the base.
Fine. Keep moving. I'll contact medical teams and her people to move in when secure.
Understood.
This is a side mission. This is an hour long. I think this mission's about 30 minutes long when you get to this point, but this is a side mission that's optional for you to do in one longer mission. You get the idea? Let me pull up I Held the Line a little bit and we'll do that. So, because like, if you were talking about like updated character models, the I Held the Line one does talk about more about these updated character models.
In the environment.
So like, here's the updated gameplay.
Is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created.
Cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight!
Tell me you're expecting company.
This is the updated character models.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah,
This is
probably,
Trejo.
but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
This is the new Trejo.
This is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wakefield, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
It's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means...
So you get the idea. The point I was trying to make is that I think a lot of people have a misunderstanding because they've only seen the 1 hour prologue, and it's like, oh yeah, but this is it's just on rails, it's just interaction, you go from point A to point B, and the answer is no, that's just the prologue. But there's these wealth about this other information that a lot of people haven't seen. I heard Squadron 2 is feature complete, should be out in 2 years. Gotta love that same old line. You got a scam line to throw at us while you're here, Straight Green? Calm down, Astro. No, I'm not gonna call. And I don't even mean, I'm not even like shitting on Don Mega for this. It's more of a Don Mega didn't know. But it's Don Mega's not unusual. There's lots of people who don't know about it. Gimli and Krennic talking to Luke, Sir Davos, and Sonya. Yeah. It's not a scam. I have a house department in the game. What I'm saying is it's a tired line. I'm a 3D artist, so I know how it's tremendous amount of work to pump those models up, but those look great. Yeah. I mean, this was the year before the 1 hour model, the 1 hour sequence that you were talking about earlier. This was the year before that when they showed this one off. And it was insane because you can see the model differences between 8 years ago and like 4 years ago. And they've only improved it since then. I'm just pissed. Yes, I agree with you that I'm also mad at the lack of communication. I am fairly certain that CIG will release Squadron 42 next year, probably because of other pressures. But the fact that they have delayed it and haven't told anybody, that pisses me the fuck off. No, I was mentioning Jack Houston, your husbando. You mean Sandman and Spider Noir? For those who don't know, the guy who plays Cal Mason is in Spider Noir. He plays the Sandman in that one. They just hope we forget about 2026. Now they're waiting for an actual date that they know exactly when. Because when they delay it, they're not going to delay it to like Q4 2027 or something like that. They'll have an actual date that they'll announce. I just wish the skin didn't look like everyone is fresh off of PH. PH? Moist? What if the polish they spoke of Squadron 3 was optimization? That's part of it. When they tested it on anything less than a NASA computer, it was a slideshow that they made. They've been in panic mode since. That's not what I've heard, nor what I've heard from CIG devs who work on Squadron, nor what I believe is true. It is more that they're. I'll finish off with this. This is something for those who are game devs in the audience probably understand what I'm saying. There's a point upon which every game is sat down and played. And as you play the game, you start noticing things that are off or seem weird. They might have made sense in terms of the development, in the design, in the implementation, but when you actually get all of the elements together and sit down and play the game, you go, oh, that fucking sucked. And so you start looking at, is it the gameplay? Is it the lighting? Is it the time of day? Is it the number of enemies? Is it the weapons you're being given? And that's the phase that CIG has been in for a while now, is take that and change that. Maybe add a shortcut through this level to make it a little bit more interesting. Maybe change the lighting. Maybe increase the number of enemies. Maybe lengthen this encounter a little bit. And that process is time consuming, but it doesn't require you building new things. It just requires you to actually sort of go in and change the aspects that you already have. And also optimize it so that it doesn't require a supercomputer to run it. Sveti. Okay, yeah, I get it. I'm more pissed about the lack of comms about Star Citizen, Squadron 42, to be honest. 142 being comms dark sucks, but CIG, Star Citizen, the same people are saying actively funding and attempting to play. What are you upset about with Star Citizen comms? I'm interested in that. On my team, we call it make it suck less. The make it suck less portion. Yeah. That's not me trying to be cheeky or anything. I'm just trying to figure out what the problem is that in terms of lack of comms for Star Citizen. I'm both hopeful and terrified that they're adding Genesis to Squadron 42. Oh God, please no. Please no. I don't want them to add Genesis to Squadron 42. That's going to fuck everything up. Not true. They played that prologue live on CitizenCon Day. They did play it live on CitizenCon Day, and it crashed like 3 times. Because I'm more pissed off at that CIG has delayed Squadron 42 to 2027 and they haven't said anything. With Star Citizen, I'm like, they're just doing normal Star Citizen stuff. I'm glad it's delayed between Modern Warfare 4 and GTA 6. It won't stand a singular chance. And let's be honest, it's more the more money Squadron 42 makes, the better it is for Star Citizen. Exactly. That's exactly true, Grant. And if Squadron 42 does well, there's a bigger chance that they can actually sit down and work on a sequel, which will then do better than the first game. And if the first game did well, which will then also mean better things for Star Citizen. There's been a shitstorm online. Peeps upset, both valid and invalid. Personally, I think it's the refundians being vocal as they are drowning out the valid complaints. That always happens. The question I have is more, what are the actual valid complaints? Because the valid complaints could be, fix your game because it's broken and this is problematic and this is problematic. And as I was talking about this earlier, it's a matter of resources. Does CIG want to spend resources getting people together to try to explain what's wrong or just fix the problem, which is going to take the longest? And CIG tends to favor the shut the fuck up and fix the problem than communicate when they have problems like that. Especially about the state of servers and bugs. I am interested to see what they're going to do because they are releasing a new ship like Friday or next week or so. But I know they say they can diverge Squadron 42 from Squadron 42 when it makes sense. But I have always felt that not having committed to a flight model is holding both games back. How can you balance weapons and other systems when you're still deciding what basic physics ships will use to navigate space and atmosphere, etc.? They have that decision already made for Squadron. That's already done. The question is, how much do they want to implement that in Star Citizen? But I agree, the problem comes down to more than just flight model. It's the fact that they haven't had the flight model implemented. They don't have Maelstrom in. They barely have engineering in. There's a lot of things that just haven't been put together, and all of these things need to be put together for somebody to actually understand what the game is going for. And CIG is often giving us like a bunch of scraps and saying, tell us what you think. And it's like, I have no idea how to put this into context of all the other shit you're doing. What's the odds they're working on paid DLC for Squadron? I would say fairly low right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did work on a paid DLC. Valid, but I think it's nice to hear that we're both aware of insert criticals here and that they're working on the official channel. I agree. I think that the simplest thing they can do is say, we are aware, and they do it. And they do that sometimes. The problem is that CIG's official communications is usually Spectrum. And I fucking hate Spectrum. Everyone fucking hates Spectrum. You only know that something's happening if somebody's talking on Spectrum, and then someone like myself or other content creators report on it, or somebody tells you through a friend of a friend, or you have the right bot installed in your Discord. So it's a problem that CIG hasn't streamlined communications. So. We all know we're going to buy exclusive packs for Squadron 42 with special ships we can take in the PU. I've said this before, and it is not meant as a ding on anybody or an attack on anybody. But if Squadron 42 has an actual release date, and you can see it in Steam, for instance, I doubt that there will be many players of Star Citizen who won't buy a copy on Steam, even if they already have a copy through RSI or through CIG. Especially if they have Steam achievements added. Because some people buy it just so they could get the Steam achievements. That's not really the problem. The problem is more how to get people who aren't already in the cult of Chris Roberts joking. Brackets joking. Teasingly. Who will actually buy into Squadron 42. And I think they could do it if they release it at a decent time and do some actual previews of it. But this time this time of year, playability sucks every year. People are either new or don't have long memories. The year of playability made people forget how Star Citizen is most of the dev. CIG fucking kills their momentum in the summer, and I hate it, but it is what it is. So what we're going to do, Screamers will pick it up, and we'll hit a critical mass. It sucks it'll fade out in a week. It can still be good and fade out. It depends on when it releases. All right, y'all, I'm going to go to bed. I've been up for far too long. It is way past midnight, and I need to actually get up early tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with Hot Mech Summer with Loken. We'll be doing some more Mech Warrior 5. Saturday is International Bar Citizen Day, so I will not be there. But Sunday, I will be back with the League, with my organization, the League of Relic Enthusiasts. We're going to be doing some stuff in game. And then on Monday, I'll be going back to my Zero to Hero campaign in Star Citizen and start off with my account that has nothing and try to work all the way to the beginning. So keep your eyes out for the lore video on artificial intelligence in the Star Citizen universe. That'll be out in the next couple of days if I can manage to get stuff done. And I will also be doing some more lore videos exclusive for Patreons and a couple other ones that'll come out, especially some shorts and stuff. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you Sunday in the black.